This is Circa Ignem podcast episode 018 with our very special guest, Mr. Kory Donati. Kory,
hello.
Welcome to the show.
Hi.
Kory is a follower of Christ. He's a husband, father, programmer. His wife, Sherry, and he have been married for going on 18 years. They have two boys, 12 and 9. He works remotely in tech as a data engineer at a large job website you may have heard of. He enjoys reading and spending time outdoors. Welcome.
Thank you.
The excerpt I chose is from Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. The Balrog reached the bridge. Gandalf stood in the middle of the span, leaning on the staff in his left hand, but in his other hand, Glamdring gleamed cold and white. His enemy halted again, facing him, and the shadow about it reached out like two vast wings. It raised the whip, and the thongs whined and cracked. Fire came from its nostrils, but Gandalf stood firm. "You cannot pass," he said. The orc stood still, and a dead silence fell. "I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Anor. You cannot pass. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udun. Go back to the shadow. You cannot pass." The Balrog made no answer. The fire in it seemed to die, but the darkness grew. It stepped forward slowly onto the bridge, and suddenly it drew itself up to a great height, and its wings were spread from wall to wall. But still Gandalf could be seen. Glimmering in the gloom, he seemed small and altogether alone, gray and bent like a wizened tree before the onset of a storm. From out of the shadow, a red sword leaped flaming. Glamdring glittered white in answer. There was a ringing clash and a stab of white fire. The Balrog fell back and its sword flew up in molten fragments. The wizard swayed on the bridge, stepped back a pace, and then again stood still. "You cannot pass," he said. With a bound, the Balrog leaped full upon the bridge. Its whip whirled and hissed. "He cannot stand alone," cried Aragorn suddenly, and ran back along the bridge. "Elendil," he shouted, "I am with you, Gandalf." "Gondor," cried Boromir, and leaped after him. At that moment, Gandalf lifted his staff, and crying aloud, he smote the bridge before him. The staff broke asunder and fell from his hand. A blinding sheet of white flame sprang up. The bridge cracked. Right at the Balrog's feet it broke, and the stone upon which it stood crashed into the gulf, while the rest remained, poised, quivering like a tongue of rock thrust out into emptiness. With a terrible cry, the Balrog fell forward, and its shadow plunged down and vanished. But even as it fell, it swung its whip, and the thongs lashed and curled around the wizard's knees, dragging him to the brink. He staggered and fell, grasped vainly at the stone, and slid into the abyss. "Fly, you fools," he cried, and was gone. So why is that one of the ones that you looked at and said, this is important?
Well, I think Gandalf is just an amazing character, first of all. One of the really neat things I never realized reading those books was how Tolkien was Catholic and how he kind of wove that into the story a little bit. So Gandalf kind of represents the prophet, priest, prophet, and king. So Gandalf is the prophet, Aragorn is the king, and Frodo's the priest.
Nice.
And that's the three kind of, I'm kind of coming short on words here, but that's kind of representing Jesus.
Yeah.
He's priest, prophet, and king.
Yeah.
And so reading that recently, really, and really being strong with my faith just really brings home a lot of these things and connections. Reading it when I was young, it was just a cool story. You know? So a wizard's fighting a monster.
Classic. Yeah. Awesome. I was actually listening to podcast today. I think it might have been Pints with Aquinas, and he talked about how the guest was Gavin Ortland. He's actually a Protestant, and he was talking about how, and I actually want to do a deep dive because I actually don't know this theological like line of thought, but he was talking about how Tolkien's Silmarillion creation story is very much there's a line of theological thought that specifically focuses on divine simplicity.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that?
I have not read the Silmarillion yet, but it's on my list.
It's a hard one. I picked it up like 7 times and could not read it. Yeah. And so I actually got the audio version and like no problem. Like I just worked through it. Like I just needed like to be driving essentially and just listening. And I actually would stop and go back when I knew I was kind of like, they've said 3 different names that all refer to one person, which is classic Silmarillion. You're like, dude, why does this guy have 5 different names? It's like, okay, fine. I trust you, Tolkien. Anyways, so I'm intrigued now. Now I'm doing a deep dive into, I wonder, was Tolkien kind of trying to, apparently Tolkien hated
Allegory.
Thank you. That's he absolutely hated it, but it's like everything he wrote was allegorical.
I actually, I'm embarrassed to admit this actually, but I read The Hobbit in 8th grade, loved it. Like it was the best thing I'd ever read. Yeah. But I mean, up until that point, I hadn't read much.
Yeah.
And then I moved on to Fellowship. And that exact scene you just read, I was so angry that Gandalf dies.
Yeah.
I actually stopped reading.
Interesting.
And I didn't finish it. Mm-hmm. And up until the movies came out, I had no idea what happened next.
Nice.
So,
or not so nice. You missed out for however many decades on his coming as Gandalf the White.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, it's that's a tough one. Are you familiar with George R. Martin? He wrote all the. Come on, what? Now I'm blanking.
Game of Thrones.
Thank you, Game of Thrones. And sorry, guys. Good evening, Manny.
Hello.
Good
I get
evening,
a mic
today.
We're having a Tolkien conversation here. So,
yeah. Can you guys just
Carry on.
So what's interesting is he said that the best writing or the most honest writers and authors will kill off one of the most important characters without question, right? So it's this Gandalf for sure fits in that model because it's built up. He's in The Hobbit first, right, which is pre, and then he's in obviously all of them. Hopefully, and I'm not spoiler alert for anyone that hasn't, but he's in all of them. But you don't know that, to your point, until much later. Yeah. And it's funny, even when I was reviewing that scene before recording the show, it was one of those things where I'm so glad it's refreshing to read it instead of see the movie.
Yeah.
Right. Because there are things in there that the movie can't capture. Right. Which is what I love. Obviously, all of us love most about writing is that like writing captures so much more
detail.
Yeah. So much more detail that, again, not denigrating Peter Jackson and his work because he made a really good attempt at it, but it's not.
It's an adaptation.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. He had to use what he could, and
Well, I think if films captured all the detail in a book, the film would be like 18 hours long.
I was just going to say it's like a epoch, know.
And there's always inner monologue in books, and in movies it comes off as narration, and it's usually not great. When it gets to that point. But I actually almost emailed you and was going to tell you to read When Sam is Tempted by the Ring. Because that's
a good call.
Go back and look at that one. That one's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Samwise Gamgee.
If we do a part 2.
Yeah, we could do a part 2. Anything else on Tolkien? That scene?
It's really good.
Okay.
Read it.
Yes.
And then see the movie.
I concur. Yeah. Or maybe just not. Yeah. Just read the book. Sorry, I honestly, ever since I watched them, I'm like, why did I do that? Because now, I can't get that out of my head.
Oh, yeah. Know? Okay, there's so many shows and stuff related to books where I'm like, I don't even want to look at this because I don't want
Yes.
images in my head when I read.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm not alone in this.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I like literally like I'm always like this. I don't want this in my head. I want what I saw Gandalf as a 8-year-old and a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old. All right. What's your wake up routine like, Kory?
So I try to get up. Recently, it's been 5:30, but maybe 6 to exercise.
Nice.
I used to be a lot heavier than I am now, and I've really been just focused on exercising the last during the pandemic. Actually, I kind of turned that around. So I get up and I work out at home.
Nice.
Body weight stuff. So again, this all started during the pandemic, so gyms were closed.
Yeah.
And so this is what I started doing,
Yeah.
and I keep doing it. So strength on one day, and then cardio the other day.
Nice.
Then if I have time, listening to the shows, kind of inspired me to pray the rosary in the morning.
Nice. Good.
But usually by then the kids are running around, so stomping around the house. Not that doesn't I can still pray with that, but they're usually asking for things or needing help or whatever. Where's my baseball bat, or where's this, where's that? And my wife is getting ready to. My wife gets up and works out also.
Cool.
If she didn't get up to work out, I probably would have a much harder time getting
For sure.
up.
It's motivating for you guys to do it together.
Yeah, exactly. We help. We encourage each other, and that's the best part. I do try to write as soon as I wake up. I try to say a prayer, but I'll be honest, my brain's about 2 miles behind my body, and I really stumble over the words and kind of start over again. And so
one of the things that I've found that's been very beautiful of late is even like just like these like quick movements, right? Like to your point, my brain's lagging like for sure behind my body, but just like a quick like Jesus, thank you.
That's
because if that's the first thing, and it is, it just comes natural at this point for me of like as I'm like really like aware of myself coming out of sleep, all of a sudden it's just Jesus, thank you. Right. And really like that's all you need, right? Just saying like something very intimate like that as I really don't deserve to be alive today, so thank you for the gift.
That's a great idea, and it's just enough words that I can probably remember.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's not and I'm not saying it should stay there, but at least it motivates you to then start diving into what else am I thankful for, because they're your wife, your kids, like the safety, all that. So
and I don't know if a lot of people talk about this, but I don't eat in the mornings. I do intermittent fasting.
Nice.
And that and trying to work out and exercise regularly really helped with the weight problems I was having.
Nice.
You guys didn't meet me back then, but I used to be, probably over 100 pounds more than what I am now. So it, all that together, hard work, really helped out. Snacking.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
And especially at a point in history where most people are going the other direction. Yeah. Right. Where they're going, oh, well, gyms are closed. That's awesome.
The pandemic sucked, but I mean, there's things that had opened up in my life, and this was the biggest one is, so it's kind of funny. We were getting like Christmas pictures done as a family. So my wife and my kids and I, and the pictures came back, and my dad gut is just hanging out of all of them. And I was looking at these and just like, and I told my wife, like, this is the last time this is going to happen.
Nice.
And it was.
Yeah.
I do need to. I did kind of get out of the routine for a bit, but recently I've been pretty on top of
getting back into it. Yeah.
Sundays is the day of rest, though.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. No, so. It's funny. I treat Sunday as a day of rest, except for exercise. So that's a good challenge in terms of like I actually use it. Like I actually find I'm weird. I find joy in just punishing my body, and so Sundays are like a good like I do a good like 90-minute, a little bit in the morning and then some more in the after or later in the day when I can. But thank you, Kory, for the challenge as well as sharing. Anything else on the wake up routine?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You've listened enough. You know what the next question is. How many times have you been pulled over or interacted with police?
Yeah. Enough that I didn't bother counting.
Not thousands like Mr. Renville?
No. Yeah. It's a modest number, I'll say. But yeah, I've gotten my share of traffic violations and all those things. Did you know the Union Pacific Railroad has their own police department?
No.
Yeah.
I feel like this is going in a specific direction.
I'm guessing you learned that the hard way.
I did, actually. Okay. Yeah, so.
I didn't know this, Kory. Now that I do, I'm going to be looking out for them.
Yeah. No, well, so what I learned is if you're within a certain distance of a train track, it's trespassing.
Okay.
And so me and my buddies were messing around in our trucks, and there was a trench that had just recently gotten filled in, and it was all muddy from raining. And my car was a Ford Bronco 2. Awesome vehicle, by the way. Mm-hmm. Not really, but
Hold on. What year?
92, I want to say.
That might be why.
Yeah. And it had those curved windows in the back that were always kind of funny. But anyway, okay. So the trench had just gotten filled in, but we didn't know that. It just looked like a dirt field to us near the railroad tracks. And all of a sudden, it just goes and just sinks into the ground. And this construction guy comes out of after we're trying to see what we can do, maybe dig it out or something. This construction guy comes out of nowhere, and he's like, "There's a fiber optic cable in here. They're going to charge you $1 million a second." and I'm like, fine.
Okay.
I'll never pay that,
Bill me, bro.
Yeah. Can you spot me one? Yeah. I can't afford $1 million a lifetime, I don't think. Yeah. So, anyway, so we were stuck there for a while, and then all of a sudden this other truck comes up, and it's got the railroad markings on it. And I swear this guy sounded like he was in Alabama or something, and got on a plane, got in that truck, and then gave me a ticket. He was so Southern. And this
He's on some G6 jet, literally lands on some, he pops into a truck. He's like, "Oh, woo! I gotta light these guys up."
So he wrote me up, and if I didn't have the truck out of there by, I keep saying truck, it was really an SUV.
Yeah.
But if I wasn't out of there soon, he was gonna come back and, I don't know, wag his finger at me, whatever he was going to do.
Put a boot on the vehicle?
Yeah.
What's he going to do? It's like
impound it, I guess.
You want me to leave? Why don't you help?
Yeah, exactly. So we did eventually get it out with some hard work and my other friend's actual truck with mud tires and everything.
Nice.
But that ticket was a problem because it was a misdemeanor. And I was, I think I was 17. And so, I barely qualified for juvenile. So, they were like, "Well, you have a good record." I didn't have no previous incarcerations at this point.
And I'm 17, man.
I didn't know I had a record.
Yeah. And they're like, "So we're going to put you on this program so you don't have to go to court or anything like that." And
this is Union Pacific Railroad?
Oh, well, it got sent to San Luis Obispo County.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, okay. And so, so they wrote the ticket, but I was in the slow
So
area.
the county then started to,
they took over. And so I had to go to the hospital and do like a reckless driving thing with them. And then I had to write a 4-page paper about reckless driving.
Wow.
And
over getting sunk in mud.
Yeah, over getting over just kind of peeling out in the dirt field that happened to be by some railroad tracks. And like looking back, this was pretty stupid, but I mean,
I'm not
there's
law
way
enforcement. Again, I will reiterate, I'm very respectful of law enforcement. However, this is one of those situations where it's like, how does reckless driving have anything to do with this?
Well, I went to the hospital with the guy that and it was almost like a scared straight thing. And so I go into his office and he's like, you want to see some real messed up stuff? And
of course.
And he's like
we're
throwing,
gonna make sure you don't go down that route.
Throwing these like red asphalt type pictures at me, like this is what reckless driving does. Oh. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
You're like, yeah, I've seen red asphalt before. Yeah. Thanks, man.
And then he was like, what did you do again? And I explained it to him, and he's like, I could tell he was kind of like, this is stupid,
Yeah, he's like, no.
He's all, well, listen, you shouldn't have done that, but whatever,
Yeah.
But I mean, he still was stern with me, He didn't let me off easy, but I think he could tell I was different from his regular customer. I wasn't drag racing or something like that. And then the paper, I was like, what am I going to do? 4 pages? And then I thought,
what was the topic again?
Reckless driving.
Okay, that's right.
And why it's bad.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? This isn't a school project.
Nice.
Like, what are they going to give me
grade
a
it?
grade?
Yeah.
So
are they going to take it to the local English teacher?
So I was like, all right, I'm going to write a really nice intro and a really nice conclusion. Mm-hmm. And then the whole rest of the body, I'm just I made it a goal. Every single sentence, because I noticed the phrase reckless driving kind of takes up a lot of space, right?
No. So you just mixed those words up.
Well, every single sentence had to have reckless driving in it at least once.
Well played.
Yeah.
Well played.
I think
strategery.
Exactly.
As our former president would say.
I had one sentence where I had it 3 times, and that was I don't even remember how it went, but I remember thinking like, this is so cool.
Kory's like doing the fist in the air, like I have
revolution. Reckless driving for life.
That's awesome. Man.
And I turned it in, and my record was cleared. So
okay,
and no one ever graded it. I never got an A or a B or anything. So,
do you think that there's some file with this paper?
I hope so.
I would love to go to like.
I hope it's at City Hall frame somewhere.
Yeah. Was this like SLO, like county sheriff, or?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Actually,
yeah, that's funny, man. So along the lines of, I was just sharing this last night. So, my sister Teresa's wedding was a couple years back, and Liam is our resident. I'm totally a pyro. Hence Circa Ignem. Okay. I've just found ways to, control it. Yeah. The desire to burn everything. Liam, not so much.
Reckless burning.
Yeah. So Liam, not so much. So we're at this wedding, and for whatever reason, clearly someone that hasn't had kids decided to, decorate the kid table. Mm-hmm. Well, they put candles on the table, and they also put matchbooks or boxes, I should say, like the little like gift boxes with the matches in it. So I'm like, awesome, this is great, So right when I notice it, I pull Liam aside because I'm like, hey, dude, we're not playing with fire. Don't mess with it, right? I should know better. It's like I should have just said, we're taking all the freaking matchbooks. They shouldn't be on there anyways, but I was kind of like, this isn't, it's not my place to just pull all this stuff up, right? Yeah. Someone did a hard work to like decorate it. So anyways, first time my aunt comes up to me and she's like, Eli, I just saw Liam like literally just standing there going at the table, just not even trying to light the candles, not trying to light anything else.
Just striking them.
Just striking them, watching them. And then thankfully he was just putting them into water, okay, so he's putting them out. He's being, a good steward. It gets better. Okay. So go up, talk to him. I think Jamie talks to him the first time, and she's like, nope, takes the books that are around him. Guess what happens, right? There's more books on other tables, right? Or boxes, I should say. So my aunt, same aunt, and she's not trying to like rat him out. She sincerely was like, I'm not trying to keep an eye on him. She's like, I can't look away now because it's really obvious. The next time she's like, there was these bathrooms that came out into it was an old barn that was converted into like a venue. And the bathroom doors came out to where everyone was seated, and they had put up this like sheer like material, like 3 layers to where like you couldn't see the bathroom doors. So it was nice. It was tastefully done. So like people going in and out of the restroom don't feel like they're blowing the door open and everyone's like, oh, what's going on over there? Right. Well, he's literally lighting matches right in front of this sheer, just like, you know, and she's looking down because it had like this balcony up top. So she finds us. Final. I said, dude, like, if you do any more, we're leaving. That's like the whole family has to leave. So this is on you. Do you want to stay here, have fun, enjoy time with your cousins? He's like, I'm so sorry. He's in tears at this point. It gets better. They decide to have a s'more station and cookie station. Guess what Liam does? He decides to start running around the yard. So thankfully it's not near any building, but he's running around the yard with just marshmallows at the end of his skewer, just light up. And he's just running around going, yeah! He's got a torch. So I promise I'm getting to the point.
Okay.
We get into the car because Jamie and I are livid. It's like, and I'm pissed because I can't, like, I
didn't light any matches.
My other
Dad.
siblings are there. I'm having a good time, and now it's like I got to follow through. I made this threat. I gave him plenty of chances. Anyways, so we're getting in the car. We're driving home, and Jamie looks at me, and she goes, we're going to find the nearest 3rd and 4th degree burn unit around here, and we're going to take him tomorrow. And normally that's my reaction. I'm the guy that's like, we're going full tilt, right? I look at her because I'm driving, and I'm like, I think we should give about 24-hour thought behind this. I was like, that might be a little overreaction.
Stanley, have you ever seen a burn victim?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, a little early on the Office references. We're not even there yet.
No, but like that's that. Like I was like, whoa, this escalated quickly.
You know what's funny is like the thought that entered my head when you said it was like by the restroom he's lighting matches. It's like in Liam's defense, like there's a good chance that a dude like me who's probably walked out of the bathroom after blowing it up and was like, somebody light a match, and he's like, okay.
It's community service, Dad. Yeah.
But I love it. That's the thing. Like, I know there's not ill will. It's not like he's trying to light everything on fire. You know, I joked about that earlier with myself. He's just, it's that natural, like, oh, what is this flame doing, right? Like, how does it combust, all that? He's the kid that wants to break stuff down and understand how it works.
Being a boy.
Like, he's just being a boy. But it was in the context of, dude, like you are doing this near a lot of things and in a situation where this is not good.
I want to see a picture of him holding up those flaming marshmallows.
It was I didn't, my sister actually, the one that got married, Teresa was like, hey, he's running around. I'm like, sorry.
Ruins my wedding.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
awesome. Anything else on the reckless driving?
No. Yeah, well, there's other police adventures, but
and paying Union Pacific $1 million a minute for
that never happened. By the way.
Gosh. All right. So next one is, what is your greatest accomplishment to date?
Oh, that's my family.
Okay.
Easily. That's I just can't believe, having wife and kids and raising them in faith as best as I can.
Yeah.
And them raising me in faith too, because it goes both ways. And just looking at them. Like today I saw my older son dressed out in some like sporting gear today, and I almost didn't recognize him. He just looks so big and so grown. Yeah. He's only 12, but he just I'm just so proud of what he's becoming. So and growing into. when I hear him say like, "Hey, we haven't prayed yet," like before a meal or something, it really warms my heart.
Yeah.
And then, my wife, like I said, like you mentioned, we're going on 18 years. Mm-hmm. Sherry, she's amazing. She's there to help me. She encourages me all the time. Yeah. We encourage each other, like we said. Yeah. She's always been way more into fitness than I have been. Yeah, I used to be a lot heavier, and she was just fine.
Stayed fit. Yeah.
And
but I feel like that's like really a lot of like the imagery of marriage, though. Like typically that complementarity exists.
Yeah.
Where it's like, just because you weren't doesn't mean that like you didn't care. It's more of that was who she is, right? Like you knew that marrying her probably. It was like, oh, she's she just is this way.
Yeah. Well, actually, I remember when we first started dating, we'd go out to eat or whatever, and she'd always get like a salad. Okay. And I think after like the third time, I was like, hey, are you embarrassed to have an entree in front of me?
That's awesome. Yeah. You can get a steak if you want a steak.
I'm like,
maybe not the lobster, but you can get the steak.
All the 4 meatballs, please. And it was like,
she's like, I'll take the New York tomahawk, medium rare. You're like, whoa.
No, she knew how to eat healthy. And back in college, I thought a fried chicken sandwich was healthy. I had no idea what I was doing, and that's why I was like huge back then. But
yeah. I was sharing with Manny and Rick earlier today. So I don't know if I shared with you last time we chatted, but the Liam and Declan started doing rugby with Sencal Rugby. It's like a local club. And they have like a monthly newsletter. So the season started basically like halfway in from December through halfway through this month, February. And so they've had December newsletter, January newsletter, and then February. And February's just came out because it's a half month. And Declan got recognized as like the player of the month.
Nice.
And it was cool. Like I'll show you the photo I took because Jamie sent me the like a picture of the whole thing. But it's just cool because he's not the biggest kid out there, right? But what his head coach Nate, shout out to Coach Nate, he was like, he's not the biggest kid, but he has the heart of the biggest kid because he's like tackling and hitting boys like easily, to your point, 50 to 100 pounds heavier than him. And he's not shy. He's not, he's just getting in there. And Coach, every time I see Coach, it's just like, dude, Eli, like pounding his chest, like your son may not be big, but he is big in his head, So,
oh man, yeah, I did high school football, and I'd go up against like these giant like country dudes that live in the middle of nowhere, and
they just eat corn.
Yeah, I realized with good technique, it didn't matter. Like these guys were just used to being heavy and pushing people around. But if I'm taller, so like if I stayed low, I could control them, on the line. So if you have good technique, it can definitely make up for size.
Well, I swear jiu-jitsu, I don't think I've mentioned jiu-jitsu on any podcast as of yet. I've been doing it for 4 years. The boys have been doing it for 3 because they started about a year after me. And it totally applies because a lot of the hitting technique that they were teaching them was detail-oriented, and you can't do jiu-jitsu. It's very detailed, very technical, and it takes years to really master like one sequence, right? Like I'm talking like 4 different moves, back to back. I'm not talking about a lot of like 10 or 20. I'm just talking about 4 because there's such minute micro movements within those that make it a really good one or a really terrible one. And it was awesome because Coach noticed that right away. He's like, hey, because I had mentioned it before he had started. He's like, hey, does he wrestle? I'm like, no, he does jiu-jitsu. He's like, no, that makes sense. Because he's noticing that Declan's like paying attention to like where his knee's going on the moving down to wrapping the waist on a tackle, and he's noticing like, oh well, where does my other like foot and where's the ball of my foot supposed to be? And the coach is like, dude, Declan, why are you asking all these questions? He's like, because it matters. And the coach is like, dude, I love you. Like this kid needs to, keep coming because he's asking the questions because he's like, I know I'm not the biggest kid, but I'm going to hit well,
That's so awesome.
Yeah. So
it sounds like I could never do jiu-jitsu.
You could.
Yeah.
I promise you could. A lot of people tell themselves that. All right. Anything else on accomplishment or achievement?
No, I love my family.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kory.
Actually, wait, I'm going to say, listening to this podcast, I will call you out for something, and that is that
fraternal correction. Bring it, Kory.
Buckle up.
Cats are not as bad as you make them out to be, because the cats are part of my family.
You know what? That's
two,
it.
2 on 1 right now, Kory. You sure you want to? Might be 3 on 1.
Yeah, I'm allergic to dogs, so
okay,
I'm sorry.
That makes sense. That's interesting. You know what? Jamie's allergic to dogs too, but not probably not to the level that you are. So you can't even have them in the house.
I get hives and stuff.
Yeah. Travis McDonald actually has that too. That's like the only reason he's like, I love dogs, but I
like dogs and movies and books and stuff. Yeah. Call of the Wild.
Right,
it's a great
fair
book.
Enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I have no issues with cat lovers. I just have issues with cats. All right. What is your greatest struggle with being Catholic, Kory?
So I guess that would be leadership has always been a hard thing for me.
Okay. Meaning your leadership or leadership within the church?
My leadership.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, the church leadership is pretty all right, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Low level peon, but I think
That's a great comment, by the way. I'm just going to say that.
We probably should all have that same mentality.
Just understanding that, I'm the leader of the household. I need to make those decisions, but also, in my job, I'm like technical, analytical. I want to sit and think about a decision for a long time before I really make it, or talk about like the different pathways out loud.
Work out the outcomes.
Yeah. And so that manifests itself in me at the grocery store with my family, like kind of standing there with my mouth open, like slack jawed.
That was awesome.
Did you want chicken or pork? That's all I asked you.
This is such a hard decision.
That's part of it. And then, there's a lot more to it. Maybe we'll get into that too. But just making sure I'm a leader of my family and moving them forward in a good, positive way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so easy to say and so easy to think you're doing it right, and then all of a sudden, wham! You realize you're kind of just not doing it, the way you should be, or you're really significantly ignoring some aspect of it.
Yeah.
I'd say, that part's hard. Loving people who you don't agree with, that's another hard part too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is such a refreshing and honest answer. No, I'm serious. And I want to like encourage you on that because I know for myself, and I'd probably argue these two will resonate with this. That is what we all struggle with.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
especially too, when it's family,
Yes.
Like when it's people, like not your immediate family, but like, in the broader sense, extended family. And, okay, I got to see, so-and-so again, they're going to have this opinion. I'm going to have this opinion.
Yeah.
Got to make sure things line up.
Yeah.
And still kind of be that leader, be that strong person, and respect that, like, hey, I need to respect them.
Mm-hmm. Even though you like everything in you doesn't want to, right? Yeah. Maybe not everything, but most things. No, I think why it's refreshing is like for me, just recently, right, within the last 30 some odd days, just really reflecting on how distracted as a dad I've been, how distracted as a father I've been. To your point, the hubris and the pride of just thinking, no, I got this. I'm a good leader in the family. And then when you actually like peel away the things that you're distracted by, you realize, oh, I freaking suck as a leader here. Then this needs to change now. Right. And then talking about like immediate family only, trying to like rewire that. Our family's so used to us operating a certain way in that distracted kind of, to your point, like I have to make a decision and I really don't want to, or I don't know why I don't want to, but I'm just going to avoid it. Right. Yeah. Like, again, like the not wanting to lead part of how you responded, but realizing, no, they're like so desiring you, like us as dads, to step into this role and really actually be confident, compassionate, discerning, but then also like be willing to go, hey, I made a mistake. Yeah. Okay. Like, but at least I made a decision, within a prompt amount of time, instead of like just, distracted, or I don't want to deal with that right now.
Intentional.
Yes.
And I've heard you say that word a bunch on this podcast. And, I think about that a lot, like, chicken, pork. Let's be intentional. Let's have pork,
Yeah.
And then if somebody doesn't like that or whatever,
like, okay, who cares? We'll have chicken next time.
Yeah.
Like, why?
or at least I've said something, the passive, assertive, aggressive styles, the personality types. So, you don't want to be passive where you're just kind of
whatever.
What do you think?
Yeah.
And that's very much how I was for a very long time. And then the opposite of that is aggressive, where like, no, we're having this, and I said so, and that's it, and this is my way or the highway. And then like, being assertive is kind of the happy balance between all those. And again, being passive for so long, I kind of struggled with that assertiveness, and and you can't lead when you're passive.
No.
So
right. I think, and to your point, like the beauty of the assertive is that you also are weighing other people in that decision. Yeah. It's not like you're just, like, to your point about aggressive. It's like, no, forget all of you. I'm the leader, and so we're going to do this. Versus like, well, no, what does Jamie want? Right. Yeah. I have to consider that, and what would be in the best interest of most of the kids. I know this one's not going to like this decision, or I know that these two or these three aren't, but what's in the best interest of the whole, Yeah. And then to your point about mapping out, how am I going to respond to their, reaction, and kind of preempting that with, I'm not going to lose my mind in an aggressive manner. I'm going to say, hey, here's why your dad made this decision. Yeah. I did consider you when I made this decision,
Yeah. And coming up, hey, we're not all going to be happy every time,
right?
But we gotta have dinner.
We gotta we gotta have chicken, dude.
Yeah, and we're not each buying our own separate meal.
No, oh my gosh, I can't tell you. So the two youngest, Sumner and Bear, I swear they think like they live at like Michelin 2-star rating like restaurant. It's like, oh, well, he's having that, but I want this, and it's like, nope, this is what we're having. It's like, sorry, dude. But you said I could have candy if I ate it. I said if you ate the whole plate, not if you just took a bite of it. Anything else in terms of the struggle? That was
the main points.
Awesome. Yeah. That was man. All right. Are you familiar with The Office?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you a fan?
Kind of.
Okay. All right. I'll take kind of. I can do with kind of.
Better than the last
one. Well, let me put it this way. I enjoy it, but there's something about like TV shows that just keep going.
Yeah.
And I just start getting tired. Like
I can totally, yeah.
Like I'm ready for these characters to stop.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, so the first 3 seasons or 2, like let's say season 2 to 4, I loved. Mm-hmm. But after that, I just was like kind of getting worn out.
Yeah. So, no, like what is it? Frasier went on for like 12 seasons or like a ridiculous amount, and I'm like, really? Like how how do you keep going?
How
You know,
interesting
like,
is this
yeah.
guy? Yeah.
Yeah, like it's like hasn't it all been said at this point?
Grey's Anatomy's at what, like 25 or something?
Yeah.
Like I just found out. I was talking to some people at work about it the other day because they were saying it's still going, and I'm like,
Which one? Sorry.
Grey's Anatomy.
Oh,
Like,
really?
are
It's a
any of the
hospital
original? Yeah, any of the original characters even still on it? Nope.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, it's not even.
The only ones that I feel like really work okay are like anthology shows.
Okay.
Like Law and Order is
Okay.
kind of okay because, like, yeah, it's sort of the same cast, but it's like a different mystery every time.
Right. Yeah.
Or The Simpsons.
The Simpsons. yeah.
You think Martin or Tolkien would have killed off Dwight?
Oh.
In the beginning?
Ooh, that's a fantastic
Hey, man.
question.
Yeah.
This is my argument back to that is that exactly what you said. If Dwight wasn't in there, it would have stopped between 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The only reason really why it carried on was because Dwight. Like he really is the kind of the linchpin keystone in the whole storyline that everyone kind of keeps coming back because like, what is Dwight going to do next?
He's the foil.
Like the Pam Jim story is like cute, but to your point, it gets to a point where you're like, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
you know, they're in love and blah blah blah, you know, at least from the dude perspective.
Okay, that was exactly what I was thinking. It became the Pam and Jim show.
Yeah. So that was a cool.
Sidetrack.
So Michael Toby relationship. You remember that?
Yeah.
This last question, you've heard it. Why are you the way that you are?
Learning from failures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having a good wife,
Nice.
like who encourages me.
Yeah.
As strongly as she can.
Yeah.
To be better. And
We love you, Sharon.
yeah, no, she like I mean that in the best possible way. You know, absolutely. But yeah, no, I feel like failure really is where you learn, and this comes back to programming again. You don't write when you write your code, you don't expect it to run the first time. You know, it's almost like a joke if there's
like,
no
it worked.
if it worked the first time, that means it's probably not doing what you think it does.
It's doing something completely different.
And then getting your code approved to go into like the main branch. I don't want to get too technical here, into where it's being used by people.
Okay.
You have to have it reviewed by everybody.
Oh.
And people will like tear it apart, completely.
Really?
Like, are you sure you want to call this variable this name? You didn't use like the syntax we like to use in here.
That's funny.
It is, but it's
Okay, maybe not. It's funny to me. You're like, it sucks.
it's like having a set of principles.
Okay.
And so, as Catholic, think about it this way: we're Catholic men, and if you see your buddy, if you see your buddy drinking way too much,
Yeah, Rick.
Hey,
then
still on my first drink.
then you're going to say like, hey man, cool it down, So it's like having a set of principles.
Okay.
And but you quickly learn, if you want to become better, you have to be comfortable with eyes on you on this thing you made, and half of it you can't really even explain it right now. So it's
that is pretty Catholic though. Like just
that's a cool analogy.
Yeah, the notion of like being able to take feedback, because if we think about it, like as Catholics when we go to confession, that's what we're doing.
Yeah,
like we're confessing our sins, but we're kind of looking for that feedback of advice from the priest of how do I kick this thing?
How do I rectify this?
Yeah. So I love that connection.
That's a merge request with God.
Yeah.
Merge request is what you call when you're bringing your code into production. Okay.
So do you like not to go super deep on this because we can...
I'll go all the way deep. We'll put on our tinfoil hats, man.
Awesome.
This is going to be a computer episode.
Well, no, because I like this line of thought is cool in terms of are you programming with knowing that you're going to have to present this and basically argue why like syntax was used or why you coded stuff a certain way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There are tools that will like, before I submit it, it'll say like, hey, line 328 on this file is not in compliance. There's some automated like checks, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I write my stuff knowing it's going to have eyes on it. It shouldn't be brought into production unless it's had eyes on it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's not always true. Like I've definitely sneaked a few in there, but there's supposed to be, you know, rules against that. But you know, sometimes the rules aren't always set up.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's awesome.
And I do have a small team, so right now, so the eyes there's not too many eyes on it right now, but I've worked on large teams in the past, and it is better the more eyes you have.
Gotcha.
The first time I ever had to do that, it was so nerve-wracking.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you equate it? I've never actually had to present in a PhD doctoral format. Have you?
Well, neither have I.
Yeah. But I imagine that it's like that, right? And some guys say, and ladies, I should say that it goes one of two ways. Like you've been doing this thing for 12 years.
Yeah.
So like, you know, this document backwards and forwards, you know,
you're giving me way too much credit right now.
Hey, let him do it. Nobody knows.
but I'm just saying. But then the opposite is true, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot that, even though they've just spent 9 to 12 years like studying this specific topic, they're going into this with like one professor that's been their advising professor that they have a really good relationship with. But it's a whole panel, and you're having to actually refute this whole thing. And or defend, I should say, not refute, but defend this whole thing. And all these guys are coming at you with, that have very respective, high level thinking and understanding of the same topic. So it's like, whoa, what's going to happen?
You know, in some ways it's kind of like that, but sometimes it's more crazy, I would say, because like on a PhD review panel, it's, experts in their field reviewing you.
Sure.
Whereas it's all just
subjective
peers reviewing yourself, and everyone has a different background. Like at this point, like my manager worked with certain tools a lot more than I did, and I've worked with certain things that he hasn't, and I have a math background, so I'll have this like weird like equation in mind, and he'll be like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "Well, it will, filter things the correct way, and I can send you a proof if you need me to." He'd be like, "This is just do it the other way."
Can we not?
Yeah.
You're like, but it would be really cool to have this in the program.
It's only one line. Yeah, your way's two.
Nice. You're like, I just like simple. Can we agree on that? Yeah.
Oh. Simple does not always mean one line. Actually, usually not.
But yeah.
But yeah. So I don't know where we're going on this.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
So you said failure, right?
Yeah.
Your wife.
Be comfortable with failure.
Yeah.
And what's funny is, again, like I get this all day at work, so I feel like, okay, I'm immune to critical feedback.
Yeah.
Like I can take it no problem. No, I'm not, and like having my work criticized, and then like coming before God and realizing my shortcomings, going to confession, that's still hard.
Yeah.
Admitting to my kids, hey, I really messed this up. I didn't plan this right. And we got, I don't know, whatever. We got the bad hotel or something like that.
Yep.
And that is still hard. Mm-hmm. So it's funny how you can be stronger at accepting failure in some parts of your life, but not all of them.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder if that really like stems from, like for me, I feel like work is very similar. Sales, right? So a lot of it is just objection. No. Oh, well, so you get used to like being able to rebut with like certain styles of questioning, and in my specific space, it's like there's really a pretty solid just mental playbook that you have of when they say this, you can, like the drop down happens in the head of, okay, these 3 things can be, or these 5 things can be said. So to your point, but then when I get home and Jamie's like, hey, what's going on with Bridget? You know, and it's like, well, what do you mean? She's like, she's been wanting X with you for like ever. And then all of a sudden it's like, you know, seeing red and, you know, like I need, you know, minutes of just like cooling down. And it's like, and she's not trying to like, she's not even emotionally attacking or personally attacking. She's going like, you literally just need to be a slightly better father. And I'm asking you to do that as your wife. And it's totally necessary, right? To your point, it's out of love. It's not because she's trying to like crush me as soon as I walk through the door. It's that I said something that I promised Bridget and it didn't happen. Right. Yeah. Totally a theoretical situation. I'm just saying like that happens and it's like totally different. Right. You could see them as the two like same things, but the way we respond are two very different ways.
Yeah. And, like encouraging my kids to do their homework and do, you know, study or, get off the screens, get off the couch is, you know, I feel like I'm failing a lot at that, but I haven't done the thing that I feel like is effective at, you know, peacefully getting them to kind of
buy into it,
put the TV down or whatever it is. And let's clean our rooms now without making it like the end of the world, you know,
an hour and a half ordeal when your room could be cleaned in 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I swear kids spend more effort getting out of it than they do like just doing it. You know,
I can't. So tomorrow, Saturdays are our like, you know, that's when the house gets like organized, cleaned up, right? And I tell them all the time, like the list, I can pull it up for you after we're done. I have a spreadsheet of just like, hey, you put your name next to it, you put next to it, right? Like it just creates this totally objective. I don't have to chase you down. You know, the list is there. Like it needs to be done. So it's been awesome in that regard. The problem is that it takes 2.5, 3 hours for them to do it. And I always literally, after Jamie and I finish having coffee in the morning on Saturday where we're trying to enjoy each other, it's like, hey guys, 30 minutes before we kick off, you know, before we start chores, they show up. All right, guys, this chore list shouldn't take any longer than 45 minutes to an hour. I literally say that every time. And guess what? It takes 2 to 3 hours long. And I'm like, and guess what? The boys had to do the floors today, and they knocked it out in like 30 minutes. Maybe less, probably 20. And I'm like, guys, how can you do this now so fast? But then when Saturday comes, it's like literally like I've asked you to move freaking Mount Vesuvius. Like, it's like, and they're just looking at me like, I don't know. Yeah. Like, I know why. All right. Anything else on why you are the way that you are?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
We'll soon to find out. All right. Let's take a break.
All right.
Hey guys, Eli here from Circa Ignem. Hope you're enjoying this week's guest so far. Just want to take a quick second to invite you to join our online community on all your social media platforms. We'll be sharing wholesome, Christ-centered content, and you can always stay up to date on the latest news and episodes. Listen, like, comment, subscribe, and share with all your friends. Thank you. All right. Log has been thrown on the fire. And we are now into the story.
Yay.
Where were you born?
Fresno, California.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, right here. Bulldog born, bulldog bred.
There you go.
Do you remember when you were born? Because some people claim that they have. And I'm kind of like,
I absolutely do not remember being born at all. Yeah.
All right.
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
It was, I know I've been told what hospital it was, but it was probably St. Agnes, I'll say, but I don't really remember for sure. Yeah. So.
Okay. So born and raised here.
Yeah. Well, for part of it.
For part of it. Yeah. So earliest memory. What's your earliest memory?
Yeah. So this is a little interesting. I think I was around 4 or 5 years old. I want to say 4 at daycare.
Okay.
So it was my sister was epileptic, and she had her first seizure at daycare, and so we were there playing. Like it was one with, it was at somebody's house, and they had it set up for daycare, and they had a yard and everything, and we're all out there playing. And I remember looking over, and she was younger than me, 3 years old, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember seeing her and just thinking, like, she's drooling, like a baby.
Okay.
And, I was doing something else. I was with some older kids.
Yeah.
And it looked like she was kind of having a hard time, like, walking. Older now, I would have said drunk.
Okay.
Like she looked drunk, but back then I had no clue what that was.
Sure. Yeah.
So she, kind of drooling, like not really stable, like, and then not too much longer after that, I was just playing around and just noticed her a few times and just thought, whatever, baby doing something. And looked back and, someone was making a big commotion. And she was on the floor kind of convulsing and vomiting. And it just, like, that is just burned in my memory. Yeah. And I don't remember anything before that or after that.
Mm-hmm.
I have, some vague flashes of the ambulance showing up and all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was, it's my earliest memory.
Wow. Why can you, like, put your finger on why it's burned into your memory, knowing that you don't know really what led up to it and, like, post?
Yeah, well, it's just not something you really expect to see, I guess. Like, I was there playing with my, daycare buddies or whatever, and, my annoying little sister was, doing whatever she was doing. And now all of a sudden it is like a super
real.
Serious moment. Like somebody's actually calling 911. Like that's the thing they talk about on TV. You know, what is this?
Yeah.
And, the lady, the staff there, again, it was at someone's house, like a licensed daycare person. They handled it great. I mean, as a 4-year-old, I thought they did a great job.
Totally.
Yeah.
10 out of 10 would recommend.
Yeah. 4-year-olds everywhere should.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I have this kind of quick memory of the front yard, which is kind of weird. Like I might have gone out with, I think the grandma or something was there and helped her get the ambulance. And I just couldn't believe, like, okay, like, what is happening, you know, right now?
Wow.
And so, so that was her first seizure. And so that was the end of that memory, by the way. But I've been told the whole story a couple times, many times.
Nice.
I think my grandparents came down real quick and watched me or something, and my parents went to the hospital. My dad fainted, so
Wow. Okay.
so my sister is in one hospital room and my dad's in the other.
Your mom's just like, really?
Well, yeah. Well, she's a labor and delivery nurse.
Okay.
So this is like her. She was like asking all
Just
the
another day at the office.
She was asking all the questions, and
Sure. Yeah.
and then my dad's a farmer, and I've asked him this a few times, and he's always denied it completely. Like, are you afraid of blood? Or no, but if you talk about anything like body or health related, he's gone, he's out of there. So that is just like, it's just a really real thing for a young kid to see, getting back to your original question. And it's just not something you expect, like you're, even right now, if something were to happen, it just happens so fast. And, I didn't understand. I didn't know what a seizure was. I was just like, oh my gosh, my sister's having a major problem right now.
Yeah. Something's wrong.
Yeah.
Like, you knew, like, innately, like, this isn't, this isn't good.
Like 911, like, was called.
Yeah.
And as a 4-year-old, that's like the biggest deal you can think of,
Yeah.
So
what, did your parents know that she had epilepsy at this point? Or this was, okay.
This was the discovery.
Yeah.
and so that kind of sparked. She's had more seizures since then. None were as like intense as that first one from my memory.
Yeah.
But I wasn't around her 24/7. So
For sure.
and they kind of became like almost normal for me, and even annoying at some points. Like, like I remember one time.
Here she goes again.
No, seriously. Like there was one time we were on our way to school, and she goes, "Mom, I'm having a seizure," and I'm like, "You just don't want to go to school." And I kind of feel guilty thinking that I thought that.
I promise I'm not laughing at your sister.
Yeah,
I'm laughing
no.
at like your your viewpoint.
And like I'm like, you don't look like you're having a seizure, you know. But who am I to say, you know?
To your point, you had gotten conditioned, right? Like if there's a certain level of we
went to the hospital a couple times, just all of a sudden, you know. Luckily, she still had a really normal life, you know. Excuse me. And it didn't get too much in the way, I'd say.
Yeah.
Even though, like, these things would happen, I don't know, once every 3 months or whatever.
Gotcha.
You know? And even probably worse than that was the medication she had to take.
Okay.
Because that, like, really affected her mood.
Okay.
And if you gave her 2 pills, it was like, watch out, you know?
The rage came out.
Yeah, it was, and there were times where
that's weird.
Like,
I don't know if I've ever like heard this before.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was times where my parents would lose track, you know. Well, oh shoot! Like, did you give her one already? Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah.
And then it would just, the monster would come out, and it's, you know.
and you're in the crosshairs.
Yeah.
I'm assuming because
I learned very quickly. Like, if I shut my mouth, go downstairs, I can have all the Nintendo time I want, you know.
Interesting.
And like they would be dealing with that, and I could be, you know, I would get my school clothes on, I would get ready to go, and then they would be fighting over which way her sock was lined up for like an hour, and I'd be okay, you know.
Okay.
But so not to leave everybody hanging, but around the age 12. She had some operation done, and she hadn't had a seizure for quite a few years at that point, and she hasn't had one since then. So she's free right now. They have no idea if the operation did anything. You know, they don't know what the cause was. Yeah,
like, oh, we're gonna operate, but
we
don't know if it actually did anything.
She has a gnarly scar on the back of her head that's covered with her long hair.
Nice.
And so she's married and she has 3 kids. So
nice.
So so don't, like, it is scary in that moment, but luckily it wasn't. Like I said, she lived a completely normal life, other than a few ER visits once in a while.
Sure. Yeah. And to your point, it was. I'm assuming with meds, it was a lot more manageable. Like, to your point, like she's recognizing like the pre-symptoms of when, you know, the event's going to happen.
She said she would get a taste in her mouth.
Oh, interesting.
And I thought that was like the stupidest thing, you know. But then, like, I don't know.
It's so much BS.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen the burnt toast commercial.
No.
Oh man,
I can't say I have.
It's like a Canadian like PSA about how one of their doctors like was experimenting on the brain, and this lady had seizures, and she always smelled burnt toast beforehand. And they're like like it's a commercial. It's like a minute long. Yeah,
I'm just thinking of only Canadians would use burnt toast in a PSA commercial.
How's the boot done? Yeah, and like the doctors like doing some weird procedure. Like it's a gnarly commercial. And he's like poking the brain. It's like, I smell burnt toast, and I'm like, oh, it's real. Like there's like something that happens beforehand to like let them know.
We're gonna throw in the show notes. We're gonna throw a YouTube video connection to that Canadian.
I'll
I looked it up today.
Okay, so it is out there.
It is
on
out
the
there.
interwebs. Okay, so that's a really vivid memory.
Yeah.
What in terms of like early, right around that same time, or maybe just a little bit afterwards? Anything else like that you can recall?
Well, maybe a year later, we were at a different daycare. We kind of stopped that daycare. Okay. I don't really remember why. I have a feeling they were probably like, "Hey,
we don't want these guys here.
you guys are great, but
we love you.
One ambulance trip is enough for us." Yeah. So
all the other parents are worried about you guys.
Yeah. So we went to a different daycare, and I was a year older at this point. So I was either 5 or 6, and this wasn't like a daycare. It was more like a glorified babysitter, I want to say. But she would have like a couple kids with her, and she had her own kids there with her too. But this wasn't like this felt a little more like not licensed daycare, but just more, hey, I'm going to watch your kid. And I watched a few other people's kids too.
Nice.
But yeah, there's we went to Roding Park, here in Fresno, and we're just hanging out, and apparently I was put in charge or something, and the lady's daughter is she was like 2, I want to say, and me and the other kids are playing or just whatever, and all of a sudden I hear this screaming, and the lady, I don't know why I was in charge, or she stepped away or something. But she came back and she was screaming because her daughter had fallen in one of those little pools right there and was like on her back, like flopping around, couldn't get out.
And you're what, 6 years old at this time?
5 or 6. Yeah. And she like jumps into the pool, which I was like, I can't believe this is happening, and and it's not that deep, but they look deep, and she like pulls her out. And she kind of is like making sure she's okay, and I think we're all there like whoa,
like in shock. Yeah.
Like like we're all like,
you're doing the where's the ambulance?
Yeah, like just and I remember she came back to where we were, and she marches down the line, and like picks me up by my shirt, and it's like choking me. And she's like, "You were watching her,
No way.
Yeah, and
like it was your fault.
No, it totally. That's what happened.
Wow.
Yeah, and
6 years old, and she's the one that's supposed to be watching you guys. She puts you in charge of a 2-year-old.
Yeah, 2, maybe 3, 4 at the oldest, I'll say. And
I'm really refraining from making comments right now.
and then. Like the moment ends, and we go back home, and it's like dead silent.
For sure.
Yeah. And the dad is there at the house.
Of the woman that runs the...
Yes. Yeah. And he was he's in
babysitting. Not the daycare.
And he was in the backyard, like splitting firewood. And like I was like, my life is over,
He's gonna take me out with that axe.
But he didn't know what was happening,
sure.
And he didn't. He was just like,
okay,
yeah. Like she
I'm hoping in his mind he's like, honey, you put a 6-year-old in charge of a 2-year-old.
Yeah, I didn't quite hear the conversation, but I'm thinking that happened. Yeah, and then I remember a couple days later, obviously my mom found out, and we told her, or I told her, and we had a meeting with all of us with the lady, and she was pretty defensive about it, but she did apologize.
Okay.
But we didn't stop going there either.
Okay.
So that was really awkward.
Yeah.
And Yeah, so those are probably my two earliest memories. After that, luckily, no one else tried to choke me or anything.
Yeah. What was she specifically saying when she picked you up and was like choking you?
You were in charge.
Yeah.
I left you in charge.
Wow.
Yeah, and I
Do you remember what you felt like?
Shock. Like at first, I was like, I had no idea.
Yeah.
I don't even remember thinking I was in charge or like when did that happen?
What flipping 6-year-old does? Like, I'm trying to think of Bridget. That literally Bridget just turned 7.
Yeah.
And there's no way I would put her in charge.
And I want to say there was like 5
Sumner.
kids, including that little one.
Yeah.
So
you were in charge of all of them, not just,
apparently. And to me, like the group, we were all playing together and, I have a feeling she said something like, Kory, let me know if there's any problems. Cause I was a pretty like mild kid like back then. And that apparently meant I was watching the 2-year-old or 4-year-old or whatever it was. So
the real question is, what was she doing elsewhere in Roding Park?
But
I will leave that there.
She was going to Storybook Land.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
She was on the Dragon roller coaster. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, so we didn't, even though we went back, we didn't go back for very long.
Okay.
So I remember
very
that.
long, like months or a year or?
I couldn't tell you, honestly.
Okay.
But I know my mom wasn't happy about that.
For sure.
But I will say, and we kind of touched on this a little bit, like thinking about all this stuff, looking back, I can definitely see like roots of me trying to be a real people pleaser, like back then, like apologizing, feeling guilty.
Like as though that incident was actually your fault at some level. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't want to. I thought I was going to get grounded when I got home.
Gotcha.
Like
I mean, well, and you even mentioned it just now. Like, you were in fear for your life. Like, you didn't know if the husband was going to do something worse. I mean, that's scary.
Yeah. He had a big axe, man.
Yeah.
And he was. I don't know. I don't remember what profession he was. But that day, like I never thought of him as like a buff dude.
Yeah.
But that day, coming home and
He
seeing
was
him
just
chopping
this
wood, he was
monster.
like,
just like this. Yeah.
He was yoked.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So, that was not fun. And I mean, other than that, I have like spots of, just random little things, nothing significant. Riding my bike around the neighborhood.
Sure.
Enjoying that. Christmas Tree Lane.
Okay.
We lived on Christmas Tree Lane.
Nice.
So,
okay.
Just random memories like that.
Yeah. What year were you born, Kory?
Is this being recorded?
1982.
1982.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
82?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
What are you?
What?
What year are you?
83.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just a year younger than you are. Okay. So that would put you in the 87, 88 range. That's a good set of years right there. So Christmas Tree Lane, was it as big as it is now?
No.
Yeah,
it was big. It was big, but you could sneak in like on any side street you wanted.
Yeah.
So
okay. Wow, those are really affecting memories.
Yeah.
Like when you review it, like we all, that's the beauty of this, is that we all, and I'm super guilty of this, like to what we were talking off mic, like Rick talking about how, like not really knowing, like we've known each other a couple decades now, and not really knowing like the full kind of picture, or at least as much as Eli's memoir memory can really recall.
Yeah.
That's the cool part about this, is recognizing, like, again, back to that last question in the not so lightning round, like part of the dialogue is it's a good review of kind of seeing, why am I the way that I am, right? These pivotal memories do have an effect on us, and we kind of diminish them And it's a defense mechanism, right?
Well,
like psychologically, there's this way that we try and construct ways to like just like repress or forget or ignore or compensate, right?
Or, well, it's almost like hiding it in plain sight because I've talked about both these stories many times to a lot of different people.
Yeah.
But like this was like your guys' prompt that you kind of send out. It says like think of the sights, sounds, smells.
Yeah.
And it like thinking about all that, like I really started getting emotional, thinking about some of these memories today. They're hard memories, but hey, they help make me who I am.
Yeah.
I guess so.
That's and by the way, I'm stealing. I need to be very clear on the questions. Like I'm stealing from the Ignatian model of like trying to like use sight, sound, smells in terms of our spiritual journey as well. He talks a lot about like making sure that when we're reading the Gospels, let's put ourselves in that situation. What would it smell like when Jesus turns to the woman that's been hemorrhaging for 12 years?
Yeah.
Right. What would it, not her
Probably
specifically.
gross, yeah.
No. Right. But I'm not saying like her specifically. I'm saying just that environment, right?
Yeah.
Like what would that village smell like, right?
Yeah.
Is it near the ocean or is it like more inland, right? There's a difference there. So anyways, to kind of reiterate what you're saying, just to kind of guide. And I think to your point, like it really does because we ignore those things.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's easy to touch on them,
yes,
and not really like go into what it means for you psychologically. Surface level investigation.
Because we have, as we've like shared these stories to other people,
we're uncovering the iceberg.
What's that?
We're uncovering the iceberg.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry.
No. That's exactly it. Thank you. Any is there any favorite memory in there?
Spending time with every year my dad's side of the family would go camping in Yosemite.
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
Yeah, and I loved that, and I had so much fun doing that, and going down the river with my cousins. Okay, well let's talk about this real quick. My dad comes from...
Doesn't have to be quick. Yeah. It doesn't have to be quick. There's no rush.
My dad comes from a big Catholic family.
Okay.
So he's one of 6.
Nice.
And so I have a ton of cousins.
Nice.
My mom was raised Protestant.
Okay.
I can't even remember what denomination. I want to say Episcopalian.
Okay.
But I may be completely 100% wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and she has one sister, and I have my one sister, by the way. So, but yeah, so when we went as a group with my dad's side of the family camping, it was all the cousins were there, and we'd bring our bikes, we'd float down the river, and just have a great time. Mm-hmm. So
that's awesome.
Those were good memories.
That's a good That's a good one to reflect on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, another great one. One with my dad's big family. We'd all get together for Christmas.
Okay.
Usually at one place. One year we did it. One of his sisters moved to Colorado, and one year the whole family went there.
That's cool.
Yeah, and
where in Colorado do you remember?
Denver.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
So
snow,
and I was 5. Yeah. And that was, I loved snow.
Yeah.
And it snowed on Christmas Eve.
That's so cool.
And I got a Nintendo.
Nice.
And so it was like the coolest Christmas ever.
Dude, you're just like, we're not at home, and it's snowing, and I got a video game console.
Yeah. I don't even know what it was, but I wanted it.
Yeah. That's awesome. Now, was that was on your mom's side, you said? Or was
that was my dad's side. Yeah,
okay.
My dad, a big Catholic family, and my mom was the Protestant side.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. So grew up here.
Yeah. So Okay.
Shake that thing.
Hold on here.
Shake it. There you go.
Yeah. Hold on. I got to remember where I'm from. Yeah. So, I grew up here. I went to St. Anthony's. Enjoyed my time there. For the most part, I remember for a long part of like my childhood, always feeling like I was a little awkward.
Okay.
Maybe, never really feeling really popular, but I was never, left out. But I feel like a lot of that was more just my own self-confidence, and myself getting in the way, but still I was, young and, I had plenty of friends and good times. But when I was around, let me see, I feel like I'm missing something here.
Shake it. Yeah.
Yeah. My, just always being really nice.
Yeah.
And so let's go into this whole passive thing I talked about earlier. Yeah. So,
start there.
Yeah, my mom.
I love the assertiveness right now. Go for it, Kory.
My mom really encouraged me to be as polite and nice and sweet as possible, and especially towards her, obviously.
Sure.
And my dad is a farmer. He grows grapes, and he worked all the time, and so he was there in our life. But I mean, he would get up real early, and he'd be gone all day, and he'd come home and just crash because he was dead tired. Yeah. And he worked hard for our family and everything. But and then Saturdays, kind of the same thing. He'd come home earlier, but then he would have to work around the house. And then Sunday was like his day to completely crash.
Just nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. But nothing to him is like hard work for me,
Yeah. I guess I should back up. Yeah. So that's a really great way of putting it. Yeah. Puts us to shame on his day of rest.
Yeah. Oh, we're just gonna relax today.
We're just gonna plow 40 acres real fast.
You're not pulling weeds fast enough. Yeah. So I spent a lot of time with my mom and my sister, and so, like again, she was really, I think she was trying to raise me what she thought was like, she taught me to be polite and nice, but she didn't teach me to stand up for myself, and I don't think she really wanted me to stand up for myself in some ways.
Interesting. I
think she wanted me to be a people pleaser. She wanted to point out how I was the nicest boy at any party. I might be kind of
projecting.
Yeah, a little bit here. So,
well, and I don't want to. Again, I don't know your mom, so I want to be careful in this conversation. So please stop me if it's just like, hey, we're getting too far down the unknowns. But like, just from what you've shared, there's also a function of even a dad that is kind of present physically, not even necessarily, emotionally, but like what I've already mentioned, where it's like just a dad that's around tends to draw out a little more of maybe what, not the opposite, but just the complementarity of, yes, you want to be nice and sweet, but you need to stand up for yourself.
Exactly.
And you need to speak your mind. You need to know how to have discourse and disagreement in a respectful way. Yeah. And additionally, I know, like, in terms of, like, I can say with Jamie, like, there is this, like, that complementarity of the mother and father marriage really plays out, because she's like, well, he or she is so sweet, and I want them to stay that sweet, right? And it's like, yes, absolutely. But they also have these other gifts that we need to, like, encourage and build out. Because if they can't just stay sweet, just to stay sweet, right? No, the sweetness can coexist with this other, skill set that they need to draw on,
Well, I think what you're getting at is right, but I might put it a little differently.
Okay, perfect.
I would say teach your kids to have manners, but teach them to also stand up for themselves. Yeah. Because if you just teach them to be a people pleaser, they're not going to know when they're not going to be that assertive kid that they need to be.
Yeah.
And so, what do you want to do? Whatever you want to do,
Yeah.
like, and then you like that, your personality suffers from that too.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
How did your personality suffer from that?
I just couldn't really make quick, fast decisions.
Gotcha.
Or when I did, it was just out of rebellion,
Gotcha.
Okay. And
knee-jerk reaction instead of like an assertive but thoughtful, response.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And or just kind of doing the opposite of what they said.
Yeah.
I'm taller, I think I've mentioned. So everybody always said I should play basketball. Yeah. So
everyone says that. It's like, why?
So I decided I would hate basketball. And then, like, I think my senior year of high school, I realized, well, actually, I'm not good. I never tried to ever play it.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wish I would have, spent a little more time on this. And now I actually enjoy watching it on TV and stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
But it's my favorite sport to watch, basketball. So,
nice.
But when I was a kid, like if you showed me a basketball, I'd be like, no, get it away.
Yeah.
But
strictly out of rebellion.
Yeah.
For what people were trying to push you into.
Yeah. Really, I made that my personality was either just doing whatever you wanted or doing the opposite of what you wanted.
Yeah.
And not really accepting, not having an opinion.
Yeah.
Let's say. I know one time at work. Now we're way off rails, but one time when I was still kind of figuring myself out in my 20s. I think one of my managers noticed this in me, and he was like, "Hey, Kory," I was an analyst at this point.
Okay.
Like I saw on the graph, I swear he did this to mess with me. Like he was that kind of guy. He's all, "Hey, Kory, I see on the graph here, you have this line is green, and this line is red, and this line is blue. Why did you pick those colors?" And
interesting.
And I go, I don't know. I thought those were the colors to use.
Yeah.
He goes, well, why don't you switch the colors of these two? Okay, I'll do that. And then,
And then he's going, no, like,
yeah, like,
just say, no, I don't want to do that because I like the way it looks.
Yeah.
Like there doesn't need to be a deep reason.
Have an opinion on why you pick these. And that was a hard point in my life because, we can get into that later maybe, but that particular job didn't work out because of stuff like that.
Gotcha. Do you think and we don't, again, to your point, we can cover this later, but was it, he was being manipulative?
Well, it was more like their department was short a man. Okay. And, I thought it was like a dream job. So I applied for it or something. Mm-hmm. And, they said like, oh, we'll do like a trial thing or something. There's like this weird story where I still had my old job title, but I was working with them for like a year to see how it would go. Yeah. And the guy that left had like a PhD, and he was always like saying, I just got to remember, you're not as good as that guy, And yeah.
Wow.
Hey, failures make a man, right?
Yeah.
And so,
but there's ways you can do it, and there's ways that don't work.
Yeah. Well, I really was not happy with how that was handled, but I also quickly learned, like, hey, if I don't figure this out, I'm never going to get a promotion. I'm never going to get a better job or whatever. So
there was good in that struggle. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like being Catholic, you have to understand these challenges and hardships you get are like for
redemptive.
They're redemptive, and it's part of a bigger plan that we can't really fully understand right now, at least. Yeah.
So, I love that because there is that like.
Sucks.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I can think of a number where it's just like, dude, that freaking moment in life I would not wish on anyone. My worst enemy, I would not wish it on. But guess what? Like, to your point, like the fact that for wherever it came from, grace, faith, the voice of my dad in my head, whatever it was that was just like, lean into it. Lean into it. Don't freaking run away. Just lean into it. Like that, like to your point, like we wouldn't be who we are without leaning into it,
But at that point in time, I was struggling with faith.
Yeah.
So I didn't even have that.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah.
So this manager was, being a jerk to me on purpose to try to like prove to himself and me that I wasn't going to fit in with how they did things.
Yeah.
And since
because you weren't a PhD.
And I was trying to please him. I wasn't trying to have an opinion. I was trying to please him.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you're the manager. What do you want the graph to look like?
Yeah.
Not this is how it should look like.
Yeah.
And this is why.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, and if you disagree with me, that's fine. But you need to tell me why.
Yeah. Yeah. Rebut with something that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So.
All right. So, growing up. How do we get there?
Yeah, I'm really good at this, by the way.
No. That's what I love.
I will get us lost. So every step
I know
of the
that
way.
it was part of the growing up.
Oh, and we were talking about too my dad's presence and how like sometimes like I spent a ton of time with my mom and sister.
Thank you.
And he was there, but he was either like gone before I woke up. Like if you woke up and dad was still home, like go back to sleep.
It's way too early in the
morning. or he was home and just exhausted.
Yeah.
But when looking back on life, like he was there when I asked him to be. Because we're due the troops of St. George.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, we did my dad and I did something called Indian Guides, which I'm sure does not exist by that name anymore.
No. Yeah, for obvious reasons. But explain that.
So it was a father-son group. I'm pretty sure it was not religious, but it was, positive. We would, meet as a father and son and meet with other dads and, it was almost like Boy Scouts, but it was father-son, and we'd go on camping trips, excursions. We'd make craft projects and stuff. We had headdresses and stuff we'd wear.
This wouldn't fly.
He still has the picture in his garage, by his workbench.
Yeah,
and it's me and him and our group. There was like 12 or 15 of us or something. And it's all these white dudes with feathers and stuff.
So was there any Indians that were helping lead this thing?
I think I want to say yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Some of the people that sponsored it were Indians, and when we'd go on some of these campouts, they would have they'd tell a story of how Crow tricked Bear one evening. And, these legends.
So they're going through legend and lore, and
but it wasn't like trying to convert us to anything like that. But it was just kind of talking about that.
Yeah.
That was he did that. Like I asked him, and he said yes. Later on, they did Odyssey of the Mind. They talked about that at St. Anthony's.
Yeah.
And
I'm familiar with this.
I'll explain what it is in a second. But I came home one day, and I was like, "Hey, Dad, I want to do this thing. We need a coach." And I was kind of thinking he would tell me no. Mm-hmm. And I asked. He goes, "Well, of course I will."
That's really beautiful.
Yeah, and so
he was. It wasn't like he wasn't unapproachable. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, the hard part though is he was a disciplinarian.
Okay.
So I would, do something wrong. I would upset my mom, whatever, and he would be the one to punish me.
Yeah.
So I mean, my mom would,
for sure.
she, But
she
then,
didn't hold back.
Yeah. But then he would come home and, you know, finish the job.
Yeah.
And
Clean up.
Yeah.
He was the closer.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's in true dad fashion.
So there was, you know, there's some resentment there, you know, but looking back, whenever I asked him to be in my life, he definitely was, you know.
That's awesome.
And so that was really cool. Odyssey of the Mind was, it was supposed to be like a way to, I don't know, inspire kids to think or something.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what they do now, but when we signed up for it, we had to build like a structure, like a little mini building out of balsa wood and super glue.
Okay.
And we had to design it and do all this stuff. And every year it had like these special bonus points you could earn. I think the first year, like we had to mount a ping pong ball on it, and then however far we'd stack weights on top of this thing.
Okay.
And however far this ping pong ball like rolled after it broke, we'd get bonus points for that.
Interesting.
Yeah. And
so that's how it was measured. That's interesting.
And so, and it had all these parameters like weight and stuff. So it was very engineering oriented. And I think I think there's other categories for like not so engineering heavy things, but I don't know.
And that's what I recall is that there was focuses like what you're talking about, where there was like engineering, then there was like mathematics, then there was like rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
And then there was all these different groups, and then it would kind of turn into almost like a decathlon where you had the people that were really accomplished or proficient in all areas that they could face off against others in that same like category, and then they'd try and compete. And I just remember it like I don't recall ever doing it myself or any. I want to say one of my siblings will for sure correct me, but in terms of it was like critical thinking. It was really kind of bringing out this like critical thinking element of like, here's a problem, how do you solve it, right? You know.
Yeah, and like and he had rules where it was like, he's just there to make sure we're following the rules. He can't tell us how to build it or anything.
Yeah. Keep you in the guidelines. Yeah.
We actually won the regional tournament like when we did it that first year.
Nice.
So our team went to state where we got absolutely crushed.
Again, failure, struggle. You think you're the big man on top, and then all of a sudden you face off at the state level, and it's like, nope.
But it was cool, too, because the group of guys that did it, like, I want to say this was probably 5th or 6th grade or something. Mm-hmm. We, like there was friends in there, but it wasn't like the usual, you know, it wasn't like we were all friends normally.
It was a mismatch or mix mash, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a mesh of a bunch of different, backgrounds.
Like cliques, different backgrounds, different cliques.
Yeah.
And we all had a ton of fun with each other.
Yeah.
And we did it a second year. Didn't go to state, you know, so.
How many teams? Do you remember how many teams at state there were?
I just know, but I just remember there was a lot.
Yeah.
And I remember like it was very early that we realized there's no way we're going anywhere further than this.
This is insane. Yeah. Let's just have fun, guys.
So that was really cool.
Okay. So your dad, when you would approach him, it would kind of surprise you, right? Like he would actually be like, "Yeah, let's do this."
Yeah,
that's awesome.
But I didn't like looking back. It was like really obvious, but in the time I didn't
acknowledge it.
No.
Yeah.
And like that Nintendo I got ended up becoming like a major part of my life. And he didn't understand that at all.
Okay.
So he was get off those games.
It's the devil. I'm kidding. But, well, at some level, there's just there's an ignorance of it. So it's like,
Well, okay. So even though like he was raised Catholic and everything, church was, and I went to Catholic school. Church was just kind of like, we're supposed to go, but
Yeah.
we're tired today. you
Yeah.
know? And for sure, we all went together, like, more than a few times. But I want to say, more often than not, we didn't go. 60-40 maybe. I don't know. So there was not as strong of a foundation there.
Yeah.
But I was really faithful as a young child. I was an altar boy.
Nice.
At St. Anthony's. And so that was a cool experience. But yeah, and around in seventh grade, my dad let us know that this whole living in Fresno was actually just temporary. And, I'm like...
Wow. Okay.
Like, hey,
So
you mean my whole
you're
life?
just going to drop that bomb on us right now? Yeah.
Well, this is the plan him and my mom had.
Okay.
Like, they moved to Fresno 15 years, or, a few years before I was born.
Okay.
And the plan was she was going to go to nursing school,
Okay.
graduate, and then they were going to move back.
Okay.
Well,
Back to where?
Santa Maria.
Okay.
My dad's from Santa Maria.
Okay.
And basically all his siblings, except for the Colorado person, lived there. And
Gotcha.
my aunt in Colorado. And so, yeah, they came. My mom finished her school. She started doing her. Honestly, I don't know how it works. Whatever nurses have to do.
Yeah.
And then they had me, and then I had my sister, and just kept going.
Yeah.
And
So seventh grade, they just dropped this.
Yeah,
Hey,
like-
this has only been temporary.
Yeah, you know how we visit Grandma Nancy all the time? Well, we're going to see her way more. Yeah. Like, there's this kind of this thought, like, wait, so my life was temporary? Like, because this is, like, my whole life over here.
Yeah.
And so...
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you were reading that as... You never expressed to me that my life was temporary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, these connections I'm building and all this.
Yeah.
And so, like, I wasn't happy about it, but I was I was trying to be the good boy, I guess, and like, I think I told them I don't want to move, but I didn't fight them either.
Right.
And I mean, what could I have done anyways?
Yeah.
But again, feeling like, I think I talked about awkwardness, just feeling a little awkward. I did, like, think to myself, well, hey, I'm going to meet some kids and maybe I can, like, be a little more cool.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll learn some cool things and then show them off and impress these other kids,
Yeah.
So
let me interject real fast.
Yeah.
Have you always been taller?
yes.
On the larger side of even your same age group?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that's existed the whole time. There never was like this, like, in between.
Yeah. I was born 6 feet tall.
Okay. No. Well played.
Benjamin Button.
No,
But I mean, like, for your age group growing up, you've always been on the
I
higher
wouldn't say,
end.
I don't know if I've always been the tallest, but
Okay.
I've always been one of the tallest ones, like, around.
Okay, perfect.
And
that's what I assumed, but I don't want to assume that.
Actually, my mom told me that people used to think I was, like, mentally handicapped because
Wow. Thanks, Mom.
because like, I guess they'd ask me, like, questions thinking I was, 8, but I was actually, a lot younger than that.
Yeah, like,
It's really did a lot for your confidence, huh?
C-D-E-F-G. They're like, what?
What do you mean you don't know how to drive? I'm 6.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
So I've
Quick interjection.
always been tall.
Yeah. So you're thinking I can move to Santa Maria with my family and basically reinvent myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and what's weird is I didn't need to.
Yeah.
Like, I found out later, like, I was fitting in just fine.
Yeah.
It was really all in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, but still, I had to make new friends, and it's not exciting for a
So you
7-year-old.
did move 7th grade?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So Christmas break, 7th grade.
Wow.
Yeah. And so I think I said we lived in Fig Garden. Well, we moved to Woodward Lakes.
Okay.
In a house my parents had actually designed and built, and that was the best house.
Okay.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Like
Where did you guys live in Woodward Lakes?
Country View Circle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jamie's parents live off of Pheasant Run.
Okay.
So I need to now I need to kind of get over there and see where like this house is, because their house is legit too, and they designed theirs. So anyways,
but my mom didn't like the house after a year and tried to sell it for. We had a for sale sign in front of our house for so long. She like constantly wanted to move.
Okay.
And it was weird. Like,
okay.
And we all loved that house, you know.
Yeah.
When she was growing up, her dad had to move a lot for his job, so I think that like made her kind of
prevailed in her. Yeah.
But we didn't want to leave that house, and she did.
Yeah.
But then when my dad was like, "Hey, guess what? We're moving back to my family," you know, it was, she was ready to.
She
move
jumped
too.
right on board. Yeah. Just to get out of that house. Yeah. So she didn't like that house.
I don't know if she didn't like it. It's just that she wanted change.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. To your point, like the upbringing that she had, she just like resonated towards the change, the consistent change. Okay.
And like designing what a house would look like, and just all that. So, so we had this cool, really awesome 2-story house, Woodward Lakes, not on the lake, but still. And we moved. We're going to move to San Luis Obispo.
Okay.
He got a job there.
Okay, so not Santa Maria.
Yeah, but San Luis Obispo is like 25
right
minutes
up the
away.
road. Yeah.
So it's that's
close.
great. Yeah. And it's this house that they were upside down on the Woodward Lake house. I know we put a pool in after we moved, so maybe that was part of it. I don't know.
Gotcha.
But we couldn't afford to buy a house over there, or they couldn't. I couldn't afford anything. You know? And so there was like a ranch house that we could rent.
Yeah.
And like it just was a shock, let's just say.
Yeah.
This house was in the middle of an 80-acre vineyard. There was no neighbors.
Wow.
Well, there was one neighbor who was like some old dude. It was the property owner, and he only showed up like once a year or something.
A recluse.
Yeah.
Had his little plot, somewhere else, and was just hanging out. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that was like a complete shock. And so
so going from like straight up Woodward Lakes, like bunch of neighbors, real close to town, to literally
in
vineyards.
Town. It is in the suburbs.
Yeah.
I could ride my bike to Save Mart.
Yeah. and then to nothing.
Yeah. So it had this big like Western sign hanging up like when you drove in, said Chamisol. and so
how'd that make you feel?
I always imagined those letters were going to drop down and chop our heads off. I don't know why, like a guillotine. They never did though. And so like it was very humbling, but it also again caused resentment. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
And even my mom, who was kind of like ready for a change, I think she was a little like,
this was not what I envisioned. Yeah.
but it was the only way. So we did it. And
were there vineyards on the 80 acres? And
it was an 80-acre vineyard.
Okay, and your dad was working on it?
That was that was part. They didn't own that, but the one guy that also lived on that property who was never there, he he had them manage it for him.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So, and then, like it's vineyards all around.
Yep.
Yeah. And like, even though ours was 80 acres, there was another vineyard right there and another one over
Yep.
there.
Yeah.
So there's no kids.
Yep.
And so I remember that Christmas, it was so weird. Like my family was a few, like 20 minutes away, and that was fun. But I'm like, who am I going to tell about my Christmas presents this
Yeah.
year? Like, and so I don't know what to think.
Yeah.
And so I really started diving in. Like, I think I said I loved my Nintendo. They got me a Super Nintendo that year.
Okay.
And I really,
Upgrade, baby, upgrade.
but I really like just went heavy on playing video games. Yeah.
What were your top 5 games?
Okay, so I got a Super Nintendo with Yoshi's Island.
Oh, dude.
And that was awesome.
Yeah.
And then my parents called it the crying baby game.
Yeah. I was going to say.
And
Very accurate.
Pop that bubble and rescue that baby.
and then the video store, like, that was close enough to us.
Blockbuster?
No, it was like a mom and pop one.
Okay, gotcha.
But we went there and we rented, I don't know what it was. We rented something, and we get back in the car and my dad goes, well, I'm never going there again. I'm like, why? He goes, oh, I'm being sarcastic. Like, it's $1 for a week.
He's like,
This
we're
is awesome.
stealing this.
Yeah. So there was a couple games I just basically, like, I never owned, but I beat them just
Yeah.
because it
You
was so
had them for many, many weeks.
yeah. Not many people were going through that section. They closed down not too long after that.
Okay.
But
Yeah, well, when you're running $1 a week, that's,
I started diving more and more into video games.
So what year is this at this point? Sorry,
Oh,
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know. I
track.
don't know. I was
Probably
12.
Mid-90s.
Yeah.
Okay, mid-90s.
So I guess 94.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I go to school, Catholic school again.
Okay.
And then this school is like so different from St. Anthony's now.
Okay.
It's literally in the middle of downtown San Luis Obispo. And so you're
What's the name again?
the elementary is Old Mission,
Okay.
and the high school is Mission College Preparatory Catholic High School.
Wow, that's a mouthful.
MCP. Yeah. Royal Pride. All right. And so
Okay, so totally different culture.
yeah, and
Yeah.
these are beach people,
Okay.
and a couple people from Atascadero and all those areas, Paso Robles. Really different vibe. I want to say, like, just like St. Anthony's isn't like a massive school, but it is huge compared to Mission.
Yeah.
And like I don't know how many times you've been to St. Anthony's, but they have like some pretty big fields and stuff, and a couple baseball diamonds.
Yeah.
Old Mission School had like 5 basketball courts all in a row, really cramped together, and like no grass.
So
And-
just like all concrete,
like asphalt,
like
yeah.
just jungle. Yeah.
Yeah, and,
Like urban jungle
Yeah.
going on. Yeah. Yeah.
and then like there's like a jungle gym kind of thing in the
Yeah.
back. But they told me the first day that cats poop in there, and
So you're like,
to stay
nope.
away. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was a
But
seventh
you know
grader.
what? But you know what? That started your love for cats.
Yeah.
right?
Well, no, I already had one by then, and I knew I didn't like cleaning the cat box.
So that's why the jungle
yeah.
gym was like, no, yeah, I'm not stepping in there.
I was done with the jungle gym at that point, but yeah. So think about this. There's no fields. There's basketball.
Oh, no.
I hate
And
basketball.
you're like, I refuse. Yeah, you're like, I'm not caving
I am
now.
not a basketball player.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so I actually had and so
Everyone there is looking at you like, Right.
If you just join our team, we'd win it all.
Come on, bro. You're a ringer.
And so, like, I was introduced to the kids. It was kind of a crash course and everything. And the way, I don't know, there's all these memories flooding back all of a sudden. Okay. Different vibe, I'll say that.
Yeah.
And then the recess bell rings. We go out and everyone plays basketball, and that's it. And
And you're like, son of a...
they were all super nice. Hey, come on, play with us. And I'm like, I don't do that. And I
oh, wow. Okay,
I literally,
so you actually were like digging in, like, nope, I'm not.
I refused. Yeah. And for months and months, I did not have friends.
Wow.
Because I didn't connect with these guys.
Yeah.
And there was a handful of kids that didn't participate either, but
sure.
they had their cliques or whatever.
Yeah.
And I slowly started like kind of connecting with a few of the fringe outliers. Mm-hmm. Sorry, guys, to call it. but
the outsiders.
Yeah. But I mean, again, it's a super small school, so they would go and play basketball sometimes too. And on those days, I would have no one. And so that's when I read The Hobbit.
Okay.
And just talk about a magical world, I specifically remember sitting in class and the teachers were calling on me and I was so lost in this book. I'm pretty sure it was Riddles in the Dark, the chapter when he finds the ring.
Yeah.
I had no, I was there.
Locked.
I was in Middle Earth.
Locked
Yeah.
in. Yeah.
And
you had escaped completely from reality. Yeah.
And like someone had to like poke me.
No more Yoshi's Island at this point. It was full on. Yeah.
No, that was still there too. But, And so that was like, they had to like nudge me and like they were like, "What are you reading?" And I like showed them, and it was like it was the cover that was the most embarrassing, I want to say.
Yeah.
It was from like the late 80s or early 90s, and Bilbo is like this really fat, overweight looking dude.
I know exactly the one you're talking about. Yeah. Like super corny.
But it's so like I look at it now and it's so awesome.
Yeah.
But back then I was like, everyone's gonna make fun of me for
you're
this.
like trying to cover it with your hands to make sure no one can see it.
No, I think I was like
bending it all the way around. Okay.
But eventually, so one day I like broke, and the kids are like, "Do you want to play basketball?" Yeah. Like I was by myself again.
So they just kept asking.
They asked almost every day, and I said
awesome.
No almost every day.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. And finally,
gosh, I love the tenacity of kids, man. Yeah.
Finally, one day I gave in, and I sucked. But I had fun. Yeah. I started bonding.
And you're part of, like, you realized, oh, this is cool. Like, I'm actually part of a group. You know?
I mean, it didn't happen like that.
No,
but it was. But it was pretty quick.
Yeah.
And so I really started connecting more and coming out of my shell more, and unfortunately, like, just building more resentment with things that had happened.
Yeah.
And like at home.
Gotcha.
So I kept, this is where it's funny because I went to Catholic school all the way up and all the way through high school, but like again, my family wasn't really taking us to church, and not really, like, my mom would say, like, be nice because God wants you to, what does that mean?
Yeah. Like there has to be a deeper response to that. Yeah.
And actually, one time, and I forgot to talk about this. One time when I was really young, like I like woke up in the middle of the night and, Dad, if God made everything, who made God? Like this existential question.
That's awesome.
And my dad goes, "You know what, Kory? when you get older, you just learn not to ask those kinds of questions.
Gosh, no.
And
You learn to not ask those questions. I mean, I respect your dad. I'm just, you know.
It's funny. He has faith, but it's his faith,
Yeah.
and you know, it's how he is. You know,
You're right. And at some level, again, I don't know your dad, so I don't want to misspeak. But at some level, there's also a level of it's what he was raised on too.
Yeah.
Right. It's how he was raised that's reflected in, you know.
There's a lot of fear, I want to say,
Sure.
like, because he talks about Latin Mass and
Yep.
he goes, no one knew what they were saying. You know, we just stood there and we're shaking, and
Yeah.
the priest would point his finger at us. We knew we'd messed up.
Yeah.
You know, he was an altar boy too. So.
Yeah.
But he has his faith, and
Yeah.
he just kind of, I don't know if he knows how to transfer it very well.
Yeah.
I guess, but
Well, and I would say that,
or at least back then, you know.
right back then, right, and I we're all guilty. I'll raise, I'll just speak for myself. I'm not going to talk about your dad because I don't know your dad, right? When we're ignorant of something,
Yeah.
right, we don't, like, our response typically is to try and pretend like we actually know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Instead of just admitting, you know what, let's find this out together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's figure this out together because I don't know the answer to that. What you were asking was first causality, right? Like from a cosmological standpoint, you were asking, where does it begin? There has to be a beginning.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like, even though you didn't know at the moment, but you're already asking these deep philosophical questions of, well, who created God? And it's like, no, he's always been. Like, that's the crazy part. So our brains can't even comprehend God in any sort of capacity of human understanding because we can't comprehend eternity. You know, like that doesn't like it mind bending.
He is a being above us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so what we perceive is not what he perceives.
Correct. Yeah.
And it's so obvious now, you know.
Yeah,
but,
for sure. But when you're waking up asking those questions and you get that response, you're kind of like, okay.
It plants a seed of doubt, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, it's funny though, but jumping ahead 20 years now, or no,
it's fine.
When I
we'll
was
get back there.
When I was in college, I majored in math, and we would ask our professors like, "Hey, there's this one like proof you showed us. We don't really understand this step, you know."
Mm-hmm.
And they'd be like, "Oh, you know what? I don't understand it either," you know. and we were like, "All right, whatever." But then the next class, they would come back with an answer.
Wow.
And that happened multiple different times with different teachers.
Yeah. Good on them.
So they made sure to like, you know, put this in there and, you know, explain so that they're we learned there was answers for stuff. Mm-hmm. There was one really bad teacher that didn't do that, but you know, that's another story.
You know, that exists in every organization.
But but imagine having that kind of like, hey, I know we were going to talk about this topic today, but you asked such a good question last time.
Yeah.
Let's focus on that, you know? And like, that's the kind of learning that we all need.
Yes.
And I'll be honest, going to, maybe it was just my experience, but going to Catholic school, I didn't get that.
No.
You know?
Yeah.
Like
especially during that era, I would argue that you absolutely were getting pretty much on par what every Catholic, you know, school was producing.
It was memorizing, you know, the prayers you need to memorize.
Yep.
And really a lot of morality, which is fine. Yeah. But again, we're just learning to be good boys, you know.
Right.
And
you're not learning the why.
Yeah.
Right? Like
exactly.
You're not learning, like, to your point, like your dad put it perfectly, like when you've grown up in a church where all you're getting like is this receptivity of, I don't know the language of what's being said is the highest form of prayer, you know, for what we believe. I don't even know what he's saying, and then he's shaking his finger at me as though I'm like, I'm the worst. I'm a worm. It's like, well, what? How am I supposed to feel?
Yeah.
Right. Like,
not good.
What is this?
Yeah.
You know, like nothing's getting answered.
Yeah.
And yet I'm a piece of, you know, like this doesn't follow.
Well, thanks for the encouragement. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. And so yeah, that was, again, so this is starting to like build in me,
Yeah.
you know,
Resentment, you mean?
there's resentment and there's these questions that are just not getting answered
Gotcha.
at all.
Yeah.
And so, you know, eventually you go to high school, and I was never like straight A student, but I had, you know, decent enough grades.
Yeah.
I was never the most popular, but I had a great group of friends.
Sure.
And my high school class was 32, so it's not like
Everyone knew each other.
We were kind of all friends. You know?
Yeah.
And so one of my closest friends at the time, like I think I was asking him a question about Christmas or something, and he was like, we're atheists, my whole family. And like, I had never even heard of this. I was like, what do you mean?
And he was going to this Catholic school with you.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
And he's like, we just don't believe in God.
Yeah.
Like that's what my family is, and that's how we are. And I was like, this is like an option, you know?
Yeah.
And I was extremely naive at this point. Like, I thought every religion was Catholic.
Right.
And
Yeah. The bubble that you had existed in was not very wide.
Yeah. And then once I understood that and started, like, he's like, I would ask him questions about it, and he didn't need to say a lot, let's just say. And I was like, okay, well, I'm analytical and I like science, and you know, this just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So you know, I remember telling my parents, you know,
Interesting.
I'm atheist now.
Yeah.
And that was probably my freshman or sophomore years of high school
Okay.
at this point. And I remember my mom was not happy, you know, obviously. And she said, like, well, I'm going to pray for you, you know, and, you know, don't say that. And I'll tell your grandma you said that, you know, stuff like that, you know.
Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. So let's zero in on this. Was part of that also the
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
people pleasing?
Yes.
Like you were really relating with this individual at school, and you're like, man, this makes sense. Even though, like, now retrospectively, you know, you're like, there's no logic or very little logic behind it.
Yeah,
you know?
well, there's logic, but it's flawed.
Correct.
I'll say,
Thank you.
know?
That's a perfect. Yeah.
So I'll say, like, yeah, I don't need this, and I don't know if I'm remembering this wrong, but I want to say a surprising amount of kids also were like, yeah, I don't really believe either.
Yeah.
I'm agnostic now. You know. So when we talked about where our kids were going to go, you know, I reminded Sherry, like, yeah, I went to Catholic school, and so we're like, yeah, let's not
avoid that. Yeah.
You know, I'm sure Catholic schools are, you know, completely different than when I went,
but I need to be careful because my dad is was very heavily tied with Catholic schools. How do I put this? I would say the commission of the faith in the home life is still the same as what you were receiving at the time period. So it's not even about the schools. It's that the lack of catechesis of parents is where really all of this stems from.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And it, as much as I want to say that doesn't reflect on Catholic schools, it absolutely does. Because what it is it's a reflection of parents going, Catholic schools take care of this. It's not my responsibility. Instead of the proper response, which you've already done, is no, this is on me.
Yeah.
It is on me to stand like Gandalf and say, no.
You shall not pass.
Not pass.
You cannot pass.
You cannot pass. Like, in my home, you will hear the reasons why we believe, because there is deep philosophy, deep logic, deep math in theology.
Yeah.
Right? You can't arrive at these things without a ton of scientific proofs, you know? And yet if we don't know that, right? If we don't spend time on ourselves to understand that, then our kids don't get that reflection.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah,
anyways.
and speaking of scientific proofs, I think I used to say, like, well, the Big Bang Theory makes way more sense. But no one ever pointed out, like, well, you know, a Catholic priest kind of helped.
Came up. Yeah. Started with that, with the intention of trying to understand, like, again, first causality, right?
Yeah.
Like, we can go on a bunch of diatribes on that one. That's an interesting, fascinating. Have you listened to the William Lane Craig Hitchens
I don't think so.
debate? Oh, dude, I'm going to send it to you.
Please. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So Craig with Hitchens doesn't take the typical, like, Christian theist, like, approach in terms of philosophy. He starts with cosmology.
Okay.
Which at that point, this was, I want to say, early teen 2000s, so like 12, 13, 14, somewhere in there. And he goes toe-to-toe with Hitchens. And it is, so there's a, like, he had, I think the month before, meaning Hitchens, had destroyed a whole panel of, like, Protestant, like, high-level theologians, destroyed them. And then he faces off with William Lane Craig, and Craig just starts out by going, in order for Hitchens to prove that God doesn't exist, he needs to prove to me and substantiate that these 5 premises don't make sense.
Yeah.
Because he started out, you know, the debate. And it's beautiful. Like, the way he just lays down layer, and Hitchens is literally, like, from start to finish is at a loss. Like, he can't, like the first thing he says is, listen, I'll agree with you. Yes, Big Bang started. But how? Something had to start it, right?
Exactly.
Something had to start it. So you have to prove to me that what caused it, there's a first causality, right? And then he goes into teleology and all this other stuff. But anyways, watch it. It is fantastic.
Yeah, I'll send it to me and I'll...
Yeah. So anyway, so you buy into this buddy of yours.
Well, and for his credit too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just how he was raised by his parents. And I mean, 99% of the time, we were talking about video games and StarCraft, you know, Diablo, you know, whatever. Like, we just wanted to play video games together.
And, by the way, I'm atheist.
Yeah, it's just like he didn't even explain to me atheist theories other than we just don't do that, you know. And just if I asked a question, he'd answer me. But it's not like he tried to evangelize me.
Sure,
I was just like.
Which almost made it more compelling, right?
Yeah.
Because he was just comfortable with, no.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
And then I started questioning, like, you know, this isn't right. So again, I started denying God, and
compounded with the deep, like, level of resentment that you had.
That's been building up years and years and years. And not like this is, and again, I talked about passive, assertive, aggressive. Like, I'm flipping now from passive to aggressive.
Okay.
Like no, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not playing basketball. You know, and so just not going along with things. And it's, you know, not great, but I still survived high school, I'll say, for the most part. And you know, there was you know, a lot of stuff going on in high school. And
care to elaborate? That's a loaded comment there.
Well, I remember my friend came over and we got drunk one time.
Okay,
and it was my first time ever having alcohol. And I'm pretty sure it was rum. And
that's a great kickoff story right there.
And he showed me the bottle. Yeah. And like we were drinking it and we're like getting silly and drunk and stuff. And this is at that old little farmhouse thing. Okay. And so
where were your parents at this point?
They were either in their room, which was on like the opposite side of the house, or they were just not there. Yeah. I can't remember. And I think we were halfway through the night, and I was like, dude, my parents have this cabinet with more bottles just like this one.
Wow.
Oh no! You're like, you just connected this dot.
Whoa!
we can
They
make this
party,
night last
yeah.
a lot longer. Yeah.
Well, he brought like a fifth. He brought like like we
Like
probably
full.
yeah we probably drank like that much, and we were
Done. Yeah.
for those of you people listening, I
not
held my
very
fingers
much.
up with not that much space between
It's
them.
like 2
Yeah.
inches, an inch and a half. Yeah.
and so that started off. Actually, before that, one of my fringe friends that I still stayed connected to, I went to his house one time, and like we were just hanging out and whatever, and then like his older sister came home with some dudes, and they're like, "All right, guys, let's smoke." You know, and
okay.
and so
just by virtue of association,
and
you're starting to get exposed to a bunch of other stuff.
I was like
Yeah.
terrified.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
But I also like was thinking like, you know, I don't want to be, you know,
that guy.
yeah. I guess I should just
Go along with it.
And so, so you know, I got high before I got drunk.
Yeah.
But luckily, that was never really, you know, that was never more than that.
Yeah.
Well, I enjoyed it a few other times, we'll
Sure.
say, but
Yeah.
it was never a problem or anything like
Yeah.
that. But drinking was a whole nother story.
Okay.
And so,
So that hit a nerve.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so, when I would drink in high school, we'd have parties and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We would, like, I was like the angry guy, and and again, it was a small school, so I never like fought anybody.
Yeah.
But we'd have these like weird logical debates, and like it was such a
So
weird,
you were becoming like the aggressive debater
yeah.
drinking. I love it, Kory.
Yeah, but we weren't afraid to like really like trash talk each other
Okay.
and just go like
For the throat.
like and say awful things about each other.
Yeah.
And when you have a close group of friends, that's awesome. You
Yeah.
know that you can do that.
Yeah. Without going to blows. To
Yeah.
your point.
Yeah.
They can really take it in stride and
Yeah, but I do think I was like a little too aggressive and not really noticing. You know, some people were getting their feelings hurt sometimes.
Okay.
We started drinking before school on certain days.
Okay.
And that was, my sister got involved in that, and I kind of feel guilty about that.
Okay.
And she threw up in class one time.
So it wasn't just like a little nip, you know,
Yeah.
like we're talking, we're getting pretty gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, like, so all this was going on. I was doing sports. And again, my grades were always pretty good. The only time I had problems was my senior year. I was getting senioritis. So
You were checked out.
yeah, I was just, I was realizing, just like with that reckless driving paper,
Yeah.
I don't need to get an A
Yeah.
to go on for me.
Yeah. What do I need to do just to get the bare minimum?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was definitely starting to get that mentality. I really enjoyed math.
Okay.
And so
Were you excelling in math? Without really like having to work at it?
I'd have to work at it, but I really enjoyed working at it.
Okay, cool.
And at one point, I almost, like, I was in the like regular tier for math, and I wanted to go up to that higher tier.
Gotcha. So like honor
advanced,
or
calculus.
Okay.
And I tried to take two at once, and they kind of talked me out of it.
Gotcha.
But whatever. And then they did confirmation in high school at this place. And so I remember the counselor approaching me about it and saying like, all right, hey, we're going to start confirmation. Kory, are you going to join us? And I just said, no,
Yeah.
you know, I don't want to do that.
I'm
And I don't-
atheist. Why
yeah.
would I? Yeah.
And he goes, you know, hey, like, think about it. Get back to me. And-
Interesting.
And
Like very sincerely
yeah,
was like,
Mr. Goldberg, he was awesome.
wow, nice.
And
What a last name. I love it. Mr. Goldberg. Yeah.
And I looked at him and I go, I just said no. It's not happening.
Yeah.
And he goes, okay. He didn't want to drag me through it. But I don't know. I think he was looking out for me, really. And I'm sure he prayed for me.
Yep.
And I wish I would have.
God bless Mr. Goldberg.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where he is or what he's doing right now.
Yeah. But the fact that you remember it.
Yeah.
And the fact that there was this, the way you said it to me just now, there was a sincerity there that you're like, no, it was really impactful.
Yeah.
But you had so many walls built up.
Exactly.
Because of that resentment, because of all this, things going on in the background that it was to your point about basketball.
Yeah. No, I'm not playing. Yeah. I don't do that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, and I felt confident in my friendships. So I didn't feel worried about anything like that.
Sure.
So, and I'm not I don't want to make it out like we were all atheists or something.
For sure.
There's plenty of kids who were still really faithful.
Yeah.
And then for our senior retreat, you could interview to go as a junior to the class above you to their retreat, and then you would be a leader the next year. Uh-huh. And I don't know. I think I had made some good connections in the class above mine, so I was kind of wanting to go with them. So I interviewed with Mr. Goldberg for to do this, and he called me out. He was like, to be a leader, you need to follow Jesus, and can you say that right now?
Wow.
So
again,
yeah.
Thanks be to God for him.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
He
the one voice speaking a charitable but very truthful and direct.
Yeah.
Hey, okay, you want this, but do you really want it?
I kind of wish I would have had more classes with him.
Yeah.
I don't have any, and I don't remember if he even taught classes other than maybe filling in or something.
Mm-hmm. Was he more in a counselor role?
He wasn't the counselor.
Okay.
I don't know what he was. He was just there.
Yeah. He's the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Mr. Goldberg actually doesn't exist. He's just the Holy Spirit.
There was and the high school was Jesuit, by the way.
Okay.
And so there was
shocker.
Definitely.
Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Definitely a lot of more openness that to things.
Yeah.
When it was my turn to go to that retreat, I specifically remember these two girls that were always hanging out together, and we all made jokes. They're lesbians.
Yeah.
They actually came out at the retreat in front of all of us, and we all clapped and supported them. And hey, that's amazing. But I don't want to get.
No, go for it. That's what this is for. To your point, it was.
That's the culture.
Yes, and when you don't have leadership that's stepping in, going, whoa, wait a second, guys.
Well, it's okay. Now we're getting into a difficult topic here.
Yeah,
because these people are amazing. And awesome, but the catechism says something.
Yeah.
The Bible says something, and we have to. There's a lot of things I struggle with.
Absolutely.
And we have to all keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot more openness. Let's just say, and the principal, we'd have assemblies, and the principal would tell us to go see a certain movie, and there'd be all kinds of rated R. Let's just say, and. It's got a really good moral message. Well, what about all this stuff around it?
Yeah. I think to your point, I don't want to jump off that comment. Where's my phone at? I sent this to a mutual friend of all of ours, and it's from Jason Everett. Jason Everett, not Everett, wrote this book recently within the last couple of years called, here we go, male, female, other ? And it's a Catholic guide to understanding gender, and he spent 4 to 5 years doing extensive research because he's been primarily focused on theology of the body from basically like mid-90s to present. Like he's been around forever. He's like, at this point, he's considered like old school, right? Yeah. You know, in terms of especially theology of the body, or OG, I should say, not old school. And what's fascinating is he said that over the thousands of talks that he's given at both Catholic and secular high schools, and you are coming up against time. We're a little past, so we can finish out where you want to finish out. I just want to say this because I think this is really a key point. The Catholic Church has not done a good job of figuring out how to address this topic specifically, and not just this topic, but those that struggle with it. And he calls that out. So I'd recommend it because it's a challenge to me in terms of he really calls out, we've done a terrible job as a church of really trying to unravel. And he does this beautiful job of explaining how when you start to peel away the onion of someone that approaches him and says, hey, I'm struggling because I think I'm trans. I think I'm supposed to transition from, male to female or female to male. And then you start digging into his background. This particular individual was a boy, two sisters. The only model he ever saw was that his sisters were treated like princesses and like uplifted. Yeah. And then he was compared always to them. Always, both mom and dad were always going, why can't you be more like your sisters? Yeah. So when he starts peeling this away, and it's only through dialogue, it's that he's trying to understand, well, let's talk about this, right? He's not shrinking away from, oh my gosh, this is a hard topic. He's going, no. You desire love, just like I desire love. We all have this innate desire to love, right? To be loved and to love. And I'm raising my hand for those that can't see, that are just listening to God. And so when we're wounded that way, we're going to try and find it and fill it with the things that aren't him, right? Like Absolutely. We all do with sin. With sin. Like that's really what it comes down to. And so that's where the dialogue comes in is and this is the problem is that when you have people that say, no, my identity is wrapped up in my gender, we have to peel away these onions to understand and help them really come to terms with your identity isn't found in this gender. No. Right? Your identity is found in Christ.
It's not found in a bottle. It's not found in a Star Wars movie. It's not found in Tolkien.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Perfectly well put.
Yeah. We can take influences.
Yeah. But I thought it was beautiful that a man that has been preaching the theology of the body for decades is saying this. Like literally 2 years ago, this recording on a podcast was 2 years ago where I, tripped over the book. And he's going, we're still at a point where we're in the infancy of the church, really understanding how to address a very, very important topic, right? Because it's not going away. Yeah. It really isn't. We're literally just seeing the it's not culmination. We're seeing the very, what you were seeing was the very, very infancy of it. Now we're seeing kind of I'd say the pre-adolescence right now. And if we don't, right, as a church, that's his challenge. As a church, if we don't address it now, it becomes this big, hairy-ass problem that wasn't curbed because those of us sitting around this fire didn't speak into it and say, no, I'm not judging you. I'm not condemning you because I see myself in you. My proclivities are the same. I want to sin. I want to turn to what my flesh wants. It's just different. It's not the same as you, right? Yeah. But that doesn't mean it's not the same in terms of sin because it's all the same. Yeah. So, anyways. Okay. Let's from.
I think I need to take a quick break here.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Do you want to cut off?
Probably.
Let's cut it off. Okay. More to come for folks.
Yeah. I've got definitely more to say.
We're gonna put a log in the fire, literally.
Where we're gonna go find some trees to chop down for a future fire.
Yeah. There we go. Let's. Kory, thank you for coming on. this has been awesome so far, and I'm looking forward to part D.
Thank you. Yes.
Any closing thoughts for what we've talked about tonight?
There's a happy ending.
Yeah.
I'm Catholic now. I've been confirmed.
Yeah.
You know, and parents, you know, don't, you know, preach to your kids.
Yeah.
And God isn't there once a week on Sunday or when you can make it. He's there all the time, and you have to make your house like that. So that's what I'd say.
Okay.
Hello, friends. I want to tell you a little bit about our First Fruits movement. What we do first in everything matters. It sets the trajectory of whatever action we take. In Leviticus, God tells Moses to share with the Israelites that they must bring forth the first fruits of their livestock, of their produce, and of their drink. The fulfillment of this is found in Jesus himself. He is the firstborn of the Father. He is the first man to conquer death. He is the first to ascend into heaven. Before Jesus' ministry, he would run to Mary for guidance and counsel. So why would I not do the same? What can you do to participate? Commit to praying the rosary daily, invite other men and women to join you, and share the movement with your friends on social media and other communication platforms. What can you do to support us here at Circa Ignem and First Fruits? First, pray for us and our mission daily, and second, buy our hats and future merch at circaignem.com. That's CIRCAIGNEM.com. Thank you.
Let's drop back in with that conversation you had with Goldberg, trying to get into the senior retreat.
Yeah, so I'm a junior wanting to kind of be a leader for my senior year, but that means going to the retreat a year early. And Mr. Goldberg is having me, he's interviewing me because they interviewed all the applicants. And he gave me another chance to accept Christ in my life. And again, he's not pushy, but he's just saying, hey, if you want to be a leader, you know, this is a Catholic school, and we want to have, you know, faithful leading, you know, this retreat next year. Excuse me. And again, I denied it, and I said no. And honestly, my leadership skill was awful at that point in time. So now having been through the retreat, I probably can't imagine myself doing great at it. But you know, it was, a door is closing because I'm not following God. You know, but where one door closes, another is opened.
Yeah.
So as a junior, I didn't get to move up and go with that senior class. And it wasn't heartbreaking or anything, but it was, you know, it was something that stuck out as, okay, like, I made this decision, and here's a consequence. It wasn't a major one, but here's a consequence from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, so around that same time, in San Luis Obispo, there's a farmer's market every Thursday, and it was awesome for my friends and I. A lot of college kids would go. It was really, you know, popping.
Nice.
And so we'd go and hang out and sample some food and, you know, check out the sites and everything. And there was this one day that we went all together. It was me and my party buddies, we'll say. Okay. And it was a unusually warm day for the area. So it's like, you know, 82 degrees
I was
probably.
just going to say like mid-80s. You know,
we're
it's
all,
like, oh my gosh, it's so hot.
We're all dying. Yeah, we couldn't take it. Yeah.
How do those Central Valleyers do it?
Yeah. And so there was there's a booth giving out like free water, and we're like, oh my gosh, we're all thirsty. Yeah,
I'm so parched.
And so we went and grabbed a water, just whatever, and then they gave us this little paper after we take a drink, and it had a Bible verse on it, and it was John 4:13. Okay. And I'm like 90% sure that's what I didn't double check. So, but and I don't have it up in front of me, so I'm going to butcher this. But it's when he's talking to the woman, when Jesus is talking to the woman at the well, and he tells her, "Whoever drinks this water shall become thirsty again and again." But my water will be a never-ending spring in you. And so this was it. It was really weird. My friend said, "Oh my gosh, they cursed us."
I think that's the epitome of the opposite of that.
We're going to become thirsty again. And this became like a joke. I told people all the time, like, whoa, Kory, you drink a lot of water. Do you have diabetes? I'm like, no, I got cursed in high school, man. but so
got cursed in high school.
So
by some Christians.
Well, and see, I went to such a good Catholic high school. I didn't even realize it was a Bible verse for years. Yeah. And I just thought, it was some kind of Jesus thing, I guess. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I would tell people this like all the time. Yeah. Like, oh, I was cursed. I've been afflicted with eternal thirst. And until the day I die, I'll always be thirsty. And what's fun, like I tell people this, and it's funny that this is God working at me without me even knowing it.
Yes.
Like it's something I would bring up as like kind of a joke when I'm drunk or at a party or something, and laugh about it. And then it got to the point where like people would randomly like, hey, want to hear some funny? Kory got cursed one time. And then I'd have to explain the story. Yeah. And I'd go over it again and again. And, once I started coming back into God, one of my friends called me out of the blue. And he put me, and it was a friend I hadn't talked to in a long time. I'm like, hey, what's up, man? And he goes, hey, were you ever cursed? Tell me about this, and like that was the only reason he called me is to put me on speaker and
just to joke about it. Yeah.
And so that was kind of sad, but so I told him that, and I realized like, wait, God gave me this a long time ago through this Bible verse, and it's something I thought was a joke, but is real. And this well in my soul that I thought was barren still has water there, and it has been giving me water this whole time, even though I like denied it.
Wow.
I thought there's only one way for me to get water from the faucet. But growing more and more in Christ, I realized what I was missing by denying this, Man. And again, it was something for years and years I would joke about and laugh about and not realize
that he was working on you.
He was like working on me. And and if you think about water and erosion, like, over a long period of time, even the mightiest rock will break, and I had turned my heart into rock, and I was angry as a teenager, and I had this whole crazy philosophy about like just destruction and partying and just going against things. And one of the, like, you asked me for a list of books, which, by the way, took multiple days of me trying to figure out. But one of the books I put on there was A Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
And
Very, very familiar with it.
and if
I did kind of kick it around a little bit, and then I was like, we'll go with this one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't. But it's like in high school, that book really, really spoke to me.
Okay.
And the last chapter, I'm going to spoil it. The hero. So in the book, this kid like is out of control. It's a story of this guy just doing all these awful, crazy crimes whenever he wants to with his crazy group of friends.
Yeah.
It's like in the near future, and there's all kinds of wackiness going on. Like murder, like even worse stuff than that. Like they're no holds barred.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Like obviously we never murdered anybody, but I was reading this book and I got my friends to read it, and we thought it was so cool,
Yeah.
And we wanted to go out and knock over trash cans and think we were like just as cool. But then the very last chapter, so in the book, the character is forced to be reformed by this crazy treatment, and through and it's like really unethical how they kind of do this. And if you see the movie, it's where they prop the guy's eyes open with toothpicks and all this weird stuff. And then eventually that gets reversed. They like do some kind of brain operation to fix it. And he goes back to his wild and crazy ways. And then the last chapter, it's like multiple years later, and now he's looking at his life and just thinking, man, I'm wasting my time. This is childish, I haven't read the book since high school, so I might be remembering it wrong, or not exactly right. But I think he runs into one of his old gang member friends who's married now and is kind of living a more, modest life, and he's almost like jealous of that. It seems like, and he's like, maybe that'll be me in a few years. And I hated that chapter. It was the opposite of what I wanted to read.
Interesting.
And I just, and it's easy to just go, whatever, it was stupid, and focus on the bad stuff and the really exciting stuff in the book. Yeah. And by the way, if you have a kid and one of their most influential books is A Clockwork Orange, then
a problem.
Yeah, let's pull up a chair. I'm
going to dissuade you real fast.
So not recommended, but it's still that chapter scared me.
Yeah.
Back then, because as someone who wanted to rebel, thinking, okay, am I going to look back on this and just regret what I'm doing? Am I going to grow up and realize that?
So through a fictitious story, you were being confronted with the reality of, am I going to rebel and then have to face the reality of what this character is facing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I
Beautiful.
mean, in a lot of ways, that really did happen to me.
Yeah.
But again, I never had to do anything where I had faced jail time.
Sure.
So, but it. So that's why that book was really influential to me. Trying to and by the way, my senior year of high school, it was becoming war with my parents at home. And again, it was not like, a major dysfunction or anything like that, but just really disagreeing with each other, getting in fights all the time. I was wanting to get out of, I couldn't wait to go to college.
Yeah.
I knew I wanted to go to college, and I just couldn't wait to not be around them anymore. Yeah. I couldn't stand being around them anymore.
Wow.
And
I'm assuming that that's all coming from you in terms of this, again, the resentment that you talked about? Like you're just basically going, I'm done with you, or was there more stuff from them that's kind of causing this?
It's both.
Okay.
Yeah. Because like my mom is still kind of wanting me to, be more submissive and people pleasing.
Gotcha.
And, wanting me to go to her parties with her and impress her friends and things like that. And my dad's still the disciplinarian.
Yep.
So even though he is open to things I ask him to do, like my interests at that time were sitting at the computer, all night or partying all night.
Gotcha.
And picking, really weird logical fights with people,
Both drunk and not drunk.
Yeah. And following the lead of the bad parts of this book and, trying to cause chaos, around me. We had our fun, we knocked over trash cans and hit mailboxes and stuff, and we're wild guys. But again, nothing completely over the top.
Yeah.
I guess I would say a lot of stuff I look back and just think, man, what a dummy I was. So yeah, this is going to be out there, but one other kind of life-saving thing I want to say that happened to me, we had like a career day, and I was a major X-Files fan.
Okay.
Someone came from the FBI to like talk at the school.
I knew you were going here, and I have a story about this too, so finish, please.
And he was like, and I love the X-Files, and I was like thinking, oh, maybe I want to be agent one day. I love sci-fi. Yeah. Sci-fi is my favorite genre.
Yeah.
I just love stuff like that. And so I love sci-fi. I loved horror. X-Files was giving me all that. It was so cool. It was so awesome. I couldn't watch it on TV anymore. Yeah. The ranch house got 2 channels. And Fox wasn't one of them.
That's awesome.
And
not awesome in the moment. You're just like,
oh yeah. So I hadn't seen all the bad seasons of X-Files, but
probably actually saved you.
That's what I mean. After 3 seasons, the show really goes downhill.
There's a trend here. Yeah.
So and the FBI guy was like, someone brought up something about like, can you be in, someone else, not me, brought up, can you join the FBI if you've done drugs? And the guy was like, listen, mostly no, but like they understand people want to experiment a little bit in college. People are going to drink. They might smoke a little weed, but pretty much that's it.
Yeah.
And if you're doing stuff outside of that, you're not going to get in.
Yeah.
And it's funny, like that really, I'm like, okay, if I ever do anything worse than that, and if I do it too much,
I can't do that.
I can't.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So just him saying that was like a no-go for you was enough for you to be like, okay, I got to stay in these parameters.
Yeah, but alcohol was still, acceptable.
Totally. Yeah. So long as I don't get arrested, I'm good.
And so I'm like, okay. And so that, and it's weird to say this, but looking back on it, I really want to say God was put some like guardrails up to kind of keep me on a good path.
Yeah.
When I, because now we're going to get into college where stuff got real.
Yeah. Yep.
So.
Okay. So dive into it.
Okay.
So you're already at odds with your parents.
Yeah. They really wanted me to go to Cal Poly in
Okay.
San Luis Obispo.
Gotcha.
I, on purpose, messed up the application so I wouldn't get in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, this rebellious, like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm, yeah.
And then I think my mom was really upset when we got the letter of rejection.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did this on purpose."
Ooh.
I didn't tell. And she's like, "How come you didn't say anything?" I said, "Because I knew you would make me do it right."
Yeah.
And so she kind of laughed about it, but she wasn't
Probably more in just like chagrin than
Yeah.
anything else. Just like, oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, but they actually like drove me. I want to say half around most of California, and
Oh, sweet.
we looked at like it felt like 500 colleges, but I remember at the end, I'm like, I'm not even going to get out of the car.
You're like, just drive by it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get really car sick.
Okay.
So long car trips like wear on me.
Yep.
And by the end of this trip, I was like, take me. I can't be in the car anymore.
Yeah.
So when we were in San Diego, I was like, I'm not getting out of the car. Just go. Like,
Yeah.
I can't deal with this anymore.
Yeah. Cool.
But
The area looks fine. We're good.
I actually really wanted to go to San Diego.
Okay. UC San Diego?
I honestly, I don't remember.
Okay.
But
Did you fill that one out wrong too?
well, my school counselor told me I would never get in there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, my school counselor said, "Oh, you're not going to get into San Diego, so don't even apply."
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so I was like, okay. And again, my grades weren't bad.
You know what? You might be talking about USD.
Probably.
USD is a Catholic college. And it's
I told them I do not want to go to private
Okay.
school
Okay,
because
gotcha.
all this time I'd gone to private school, and I said I want to do I want to check out what all these other kids are doing. And
so it could have been SDSU or San Diego State.
yeah,
Well, which would that is SDSU. Yeah.
well yeah, there's two down there.
UC San Diego. So UCSD and SDSU.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
And I have no idea which one I was mainly interested in.
Okay.
But my counselor was like, "Yeah, you're not going to get in." I think my SATs were
Okay.
like
Mediocre.
yeah. I didn't really take them too serious. I didn't study for them or anything.
So back on the FBI thing. In junior year of high school, got on this kick of I'm going to study criminology. I'm going to be, I think I was like on this whole like, yeah, I'm going to be CIA. Then, thankfully, this Colton, come on, what's his last name? I'm going to find him in my yearbook. Awesome dude. I need to find out where he's at now. He ended up going into the Marines. So he was in like Afghanistan and Iraq during all of that debacle. So I actually should. This is reminding me I should look him up. But anyways, he pulled me aside. He's a senior. I'm a junior. He pulls me aside and he's like, he's wanting to go the same track. And he's like, Eli, you need to understand that the divorce rate, dude, check this out. He's done like crazy extensive research. He's like, the divorce rate in the FBI is at like 91%.
That's wild.
Current like status, right? He's like, CIA is substantially less, but it's like between 30 and 40%.
It's still high.
It's like abnormally high for any career, right? And so then at that point, I'm kind of just like, okay, what is that? Like, I don't even care. I'm like, I'm not even thinking about marriage. I just like, I think this is a cool job because I'm like, I just want to wear a gun. And I just want to do this, like, anyways, yeah, it's so funny. Like, it wasn't even a job career fair, but it was like, I just got on this track and I forget what instigated it, but I was like heavy on it through junior year in high school. And thankfully Colton like pulled me aside and he's like, dude, I just need to caution you on these two career paths,
Watch
because it was
out.
like FBI, CIA, and thankfully I didn't like apply. You know, thankfully I didn't have more because I was just freaking lazy in high school. You know, so.
What's funny is what made me decide not to was I realized that there's like a boot camp for the FBI, and I was a big fat guy, big fat dude in high school. I'm like, I hate running. I don't want to do that.
Forget that.
Yeah. You got to run. But honestly, if I ever would have gone down that road, I probably would have been an analyst or something. So I don't know. Yeah, but yeah. I didn't.
So the fact that he said, if you do drinking, a little bit of smoking, you're good. Anything outside that really set you on this trajectory of I need to stay in these guardrails.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And like later on in college, like there was harder stuff going around, and I was like, I won't ever be able to join the FBI, even though I kind of like knew I wasn't going to.
Yeah.
Like it was always in the back of my mind.
Interesting.
Like this will end the FBI for me. You know?
Okay, so where did you end up going? We've kind of danced around like where you didn't go. Where did you end up? Like
Fresno State.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we came to Fresno, like all these childhood memories like came back.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I remember that. I remember going to the Bulldog games. I remember all this, and I was like, let's like.
So you remember going to Bulldog games through? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'd go to football games, basketball games, whatever. And I was like, I remember having a lot of fun at these things. You know? And I was like, okay, I would be happy here. So Cal Poly was off the list.
Okay. Because you filled out the form.
San Diego was apparently too much for me.
Okay.
And then Fresno State was no problem. So I got right in.
Did you know it was as hot? Well, yeah, because you grew up here. You were like, okay, I kind of already know the lay of the land in terms of geography and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, like all this nostalgia is coming back to me, and I'm like, I could definitely see myself here. You know.
At this point, what were you looking in terms of your focus?
My major?
Yeah.
So I think at that point I had it in my mind that I could be a mechanical engineer. Okay. And I wasn't even totally sure that they did this, but I was thinking I could work on weapon systems. Because I was really kind of interested in strategy. Yeah. Like StarCraft was like huge with me.
Strategy to the umpteenth degree.
Yeah. And we would play like Axis and Allies, the board game. And I love World War II,
Kory, we gotta set this up, dude.
Let's do it. I haven't played in years and years. So
dude, same here. But so our family would go weeks with Axis and Allies.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm not kidding you guys. Weeks. And now looking back, talking to other people, they're like, what? And it's like, yes, we'd go weeks. We'd like set the board up, we'd play, and then we'd set it like in a different room, and my parents would take pictures of the board to make sure that when we brought it back, it wasn't messed with, because some of us were known to have proclivities to like changing so that the outcome would. So to your point about strategy, some of us already were like scheming, well, if I just switch some of these around, it's going to work in my favor depending on,
different things.
Yes. Yeah. So anyways, it's a freaking long board game.
Yes.
At least the way we played. And I loved it. Yeah. I don't know why I loved it.
It's like chess, but way more tactile and way more, you know.
And I think so it goes back to the like huge fundamental point that you made. It's in a vacuum or in a test tube, your failure was always on a razor's edge. Yeah. Like you could make one decision and that you could literally point to it and go, that decision point is where I lost.
Yep.
Right? Or that decision point is where I won the game. right? So again, like kind of like Risk, same premise.
Yeah.
Like it's very similar.
That
in
was
nature.
my gateway
Yeah.
drug.
Yeah. Like Risk is in the same vein of like you always were on this razor's edge of either it's bust or go,
Yeah.
So anyways,
I've never even heard of it.
yeah.
Oh,
Axis and Allies. Okay.
This is nerd night.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's that. And
Bro, for Exodus 90, these are great. Like it's a great family game to sit down with like the boys.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
I
Yeah.
also grew up Mexican. So.
I was saying, my family played Loteria. So.
Yeah, I don't. Had you heard of it?
No.
I haven't heard of Loteria. What's that?
Yeah.
Mexican bingo.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard of Mexican Train. Yeah. I have a feeling it's like not actually from Mexico. Yeah.
I was gonna say I've never. I'm not that Mexican. I've never
That's
heard
like
of that.
Chinese food in
Yeah.
America. It's like it's not actually Chinese food.
Chinese checkers. Yeah, is not from China.
No.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's a game with dominoes. And
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why it's called that. But
No, yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're good.
Yeah.
I was just intrigued because you guys were really into it, but I've never heard of that.
So it's you're playing out World War II. There's two. There's one team playing the Axis, the bad guys, and the other team's playing the Allies.
Okay.
And you have to build tanks and park them in the right spot. And
Yeah.
there's
And then you have like
factories.
factories
Yeah.
and ground troops. Like it's very strategic.
So you played it growing up. Is that when? So when you were saying your parents would take pictures of the board, this was obviously before, like smartphones, and so what were they taking pictures with?
Polaroid.
So they would like take I guess I should clarify. They were taking like mental, like they were the objective truth
Yeah.
to the game. They were the infallible church.
I was
to the
picturing.
game of,
I was
like-
picturing the
like-
long game, like they took pictures and had them developed and took a couple weeks, and then
No.
2 weeks
I
later.
should back up. That's fair. They weren't actually like taking physical pictures. They were the ones that were like,
Gotcha.
no, this is the way the board was set.
Yeah.
So if it's any different, they were good about being like, no.
Yeah.
Like there's no fight. There's no like argument or discussion. This is
Yeah.
how you guys are starting.
Yeah.
Because there was legitimately some of us that would, and I'll raise my hand. Like there was some of us that were like, I'm just gonna, like I'm gonna, and some of it was exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It was just, I'm just gonna,
in every family. So I was actually like, I think it was over Thanksgiving. I actually got kind of mad, but my sister bought Monopoly, a version with like a decoder, like with like counterfeit money. So when you pay out, you pay somebody. It could be counterfeit money or it could be real.
No way.
But like if you paid Manny, I could be like, I'm gonna check those bills, and I get to go check the bills. And if they're fake, I get to keep them. But if they're real, then if I get to keep them, you still have to pay him. So it's like you paid him $200.
Shoot.
So
And I'm like,
And only 50 of it
basically,
is
I
real.
call BS and I go check them, and both hundreds are fake. I get to keep them. Now you still have to pay him $200. I mix it in with my money, so
You don't know.
And the
Yeah.
point of the game is to end up with a bunch of money.
Gotcha.
Well, my oldest son Andrew, who's 13, all of a sudden, every single one, he's like, "Oh, that's fake," and he's getting it, and every single one. And it turned out that during one of the breaks we took, because it's all like blurred, like when you put it under the decoder, it becomes like a whole picture.
Okay.
During one of the breaks, he was really studying, like they look like barcodes. Like you would never tell, but he somehow studied and figured out. Like he saw just the most minute little difference,
He was paying attention to the detail and
so
figured out.
he was cheating. I actually got really mad. Like I was just like, dude, that like basically because like you ruined the game now. Like I can never play this with you again.
Yeah.
Because I can't trust you that you're gonna so yeah.
Yeah, we never got to that point with Axis and Allies where it was like I can't play with you. What we did to, and again, my siblings will for sure call me out on this. There were certain people that couldn't be on the same teams.
Yeah. Yeah.
because we knew that one, they might have like far greater genius
Yeah.
combined,
Yeah.
or they were super conniving. You know what I'm saying? Like they would cut that edge or cross the line of cheating versus just being genius.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that is the thing. It's like the line between being a genius and being a cheater is very fine.
Yeah.
You know, so.
This doesn't happen in Loteria.
So that version of Monopoly, is that like double the tables flipped edition or what? Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys should get so Lord of the Rings. There's a Lord of the Rings version of Monopoly that is
Really?
badass.
Okay. Yeah.
It is great. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest Monopoly guy because I
Yeah.
feel like it's rolling dice and
The-
you don't have a ton of influence on. I mean,
Yeah. It's all chance.
well, there is some strategy.
Yeah.
you
Like,
just gotta start buying.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's not all, but when you're
For the
dealing
most
with
part,
dice, it's
yeah.
like, okay,
Yeah.
you know.
But there's so many versions. I mean, they got, and there's like a Costco Monopoly now, and
What?
Costco. They had it, and it's all like, so it's like instead of like the railroads, it's like
Excuse me.
the food court,
Yeah.
and like the
hot dog.
all kinds of dumb stuff.
For real?
I bought like a Rodeoopoly a few years ago, like at Boot Barn.
There's a Fresno one.
Yeah, that one's probably pretty ghetto.
For real?
So
Southeast Fresno?
in and out.
Did anybody buy Belmont?
It's eroding bark.
No, you don't buy Belmont. You buy
Man, he couldn't keep it. He's like,
In and Out in the like early 2000s before I got hired released an In and Out Opoly,
wow.
and
Did they get
it was special.
legal?
No,
Wow.
like no. So
Okay.
it was licensed through
Mattel or whatever?
Bradley, whatever.
Milton Bradley.
Milton
Bradley.
Bradley. Yeah.
But yeah, so it was like a gift,
weird.
the gift that just only the employees got.
Oh, so it's like special.
If you go on eBay right now and look up In and Out Opoly, there's people selling them for like $500.
Oh, yeah.
like it's insane. Yeah. So
You got to dig yours out and iron the money flat and crisp again.
I don't
Yeah.
have one. I wish I did. But even if I did, I would have opened it and played it, so it wouldn't be worth anything.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, there's all
I
kinds of
would highly recommend, and I think the beauty of, I make it sound like there was a lot of, maybe I'm overstating it. There wasn't a lot of cheating going on, right? The game really draws out this ability to, similar to chess, it draws out this ability to really strategize with a bunch of variables how to arrive at victory.
yeah.
And I think, it teaches you how to lose well, right? Because it's level playing field. Everyone has the same pieces.
Yeah.
It's how you play those pieces in conjunction with decision making along the way that really does determine,
Like chess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, all right.
Board games are awesome. Yeah.
Yes, they are, and that's a. I don't want to go crazy down this because this is your story, Kory, but like that is really a lost thing in our culture right now.
Yeah.
In terms of like that, there's it's exactly what we're doing right now because you're interacting with each other in an environment where yes, there's contention, there's disagreement. Sometimes your parents have to step in and be a referee, or someone has to step in and be like, "Whoa, guys, it's just a game. It's just a game. It's just," but it's not just a game.
Yeah.
like it's not just a game. My reputation is on the line. Like all these things matter, even though they don't. You know, like these things matter. But again, a lot of what your story has shared, it's like no, like. The struggle, like having struggle in this type of environment is huge in terms of life.
Yeah.
Well,
it's like how you're supposed to wrestle with your boys and teach them how to, use their bodies correctly
Yes.
and they discover their limits and get that energy out.
Yeah.
But this is, I guess, doing it
Of the
kind
mind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of the mind.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So college, you end up coming to Fresno State.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I was going to live in the dorms. And so
Sorry, what year was this?
I graduated high school 2001.
2001.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the fall, September 2001, I guess, or late August, early September, there's like different days you can move in, and you have to register. So not everybody go. My dad's like, hey, there's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but if you really want, I'll call them and we can get you Sunday, like, and I was like, Thursday, just get me out of here,
Wow. You're just like, I'm done.
And he thought it was hilarious. He was laughing,
Yeah.
and he's like, all right, that's fine. Like he was actually, I think he was, okay. Quite a few of my family members went to Fresno State too. So my dad went to Cal Poly.
Okay.
But he was more than happy that I was going to Fresno State.
Sure.
So he thought it was great.
Yeah.
And the fact that I wanted to he saw the tension that was going on a lot between, my mom and I. So he knew I just was ready to kind of go out on my own. My dad even has kind of a wild side of his own, I'll say.
Okay.
Now that he's, a grandpa, that's all gone, but
it actually gets revealed more.
Yeah.
I would say there's a little more of just like, what's there to hide at this point?
Yeah.
But anyways.
Well, he got speeding tickets all the time. Like his philosophy is, if I want to get there, I want to get there fast.
Yeah.
And he
Let's just get it over with.
Yeah. I think my mom was sick of the speeding tickets,
Yeah.
He would get them all the time because he worked in Madera, so he was, driving.
Yeah.
But yeah, when we lived in Fresno, we worked in Madera. Then when we moved to that little farmhouse, like work was like 5 minutes away. And she's like, how do you get a speeding ticket,
So you're still getting speeding tickets.
Another time I approached my dad. There was at my school.
Sorry, I'm still trying to. I'm with your mom on this. It's like, how do you get a speeding ticket 5 minutes away?
You ain't first, you're last, bro.
Yeah.
No, seriously. And he had this whole thing like people were not allowed to like pass him in his truck and stuff.
Oh no, you don't.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah, but
The road rage is real.
so he had to help. He helped. He went on a mission with us to do. So, being an atheist, that I went just for selfish reasons. It was to fulfill my community service hours, which I had put off till the end of the year. But
due to the one of the original not so lightning round question, that situation.
No.
Oh,
the school made us do community service hours.
Okay, so this wasn't.
It was for
law
high school.
enforcement related. It was for high school. Okay, cool. I was trying to tie it back to the Bronco.
I did get community service for that too.
Okay.
I forgot, but
Gotcha.
I did that at like a festival at the mission.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
anyways,
so this was school related. You were required to do so many.
Yeah, and I think it was 24 hours, and I'd done 0.
Yeah.
And it was near the end of the year, and if
This checks the box.
if you went on the trip, you got all of them. Mm-hmm. So, I went. We got to go to Mexico, Tecate. It was a awesome trip. Yeah. It was clean, I'll say. We talked about, hey, Tecate, but it was a clean trip. And my dad to go because of all the speeding tickets. The stipulation was that he had to drive. He had to always stay behind the Spanish teacher's car. He couldn't. He wasn't allowed to pass it. That was the stipulation. So.
I would have loved to have been in the passenger seat in his car. He's just sitting there like.
Well, he was too busy criticizing our young kid music. So, yeah. But
what were you guys playing?
Rob Zombie.
Nice.
White Zombie. Yeah. Okay. And he was like, this is not good what you kids are listening to.
At least he said that.
Well, he thought he knew what rock and roll was, but sorry, Dad. Okay. So college, I go to Fresno State. When they dropped me off and moved me in, there was some fraternity guys around, and they were like, "Hey, you guys gonna join a fraternity?" And I didn't even know what that was. You know, I'd heard it, and someone was like, "Yeah, it's like paying for friends." Like I heard someone say,
That's
and I was like, "That's dumb."
Yeah.
So then that night, like,
like paying for friends. That's
like they're
fantastic.
still mostly empty, but some of the guys were like, "Hey, we're going to go check out the fraternities. You want to come?" And I literally had zero going on at this point. So I was like, "Yeah, let's go."
Yeah.
And I went, and they gave me a beer. And I'm like, I am joining a fraternity, you know?
A beer. You're like, yep, this is my jam.
They kept giving him to me, but
Gotcha. Yeah.
And this is amazing.
Yeah.
And then I ended up not joining that one I went to that night, but I went around and
Such a cheater.
well, you know, you have to. They tell you, hey, don't just go to us. You know, check out everybody. And so, because they don't want a pledge that's not a good fit.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I went to a couple different fraternities, and I settled on the one at Sigma Alpha Epsilon.
Okay.
So I was very happy.
That's right on the strip, right?
On the mall. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Is there a specific term here?
Yeah, it's the mall. This isn't Las Vegas, dude. And so there's a lot of good and bad you can say about college fraternities, and the bad is all valid. But I have definitely made lifelong friends and some really good connections.
Yeah.
You know, I know guys who were, you know, partying and going crazy right next to me, but still going to church, you know.
Yeah.
Definitely not all of them, and some were even, you know, detrimental to my growth in faith. But, you know, there's definitely, you know, some good there.
Yeah. I never experienced it, but like retrospectively, good buddy. Shout out to Ryan Whitaker. He's a good buddy of mine from work. Really good dude. He'll come up in my story for sure when I end up sharing it. But he was part of. I forget. I apologize. He shared it with me, I think, a couple of times. He was part of a fraternity, and the way he's described it is that, like, yes, a lot of that, the negative elements of that do for sure exist. We're not, you know, he doesn't shy away from that. But his thing is that when you look at like college culture, the beauty of that too, though, is that everyone really is still trying to figure out who they are. And when you can do it with a group of guys, and maybe it's misguided and maybe there's a lot of flaws in it, at least like he's like the percent of us that actually finished college versus those that weren't in a fraternity is substantially higher.
Well,
at least based off
see
of
my
his,
fraternity,
you know.
though.
Okay. But like, and maybe that was the difference.
Dropouts.
Yeah, that would be the difference. But like when he said that, I was like, oh, that's interesting. I've never thought of it in that framework.
No, but there is a lot of truth to what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
There like some legit bonding going on, and like I said, lifelong friends.
Yeah.
And like I've run into people like that I didn't realize were, you know, SAE or something, and then it somehow comes out, and it's like all of a sudden this door opens and you can like all of a sudden connect with this stranger, you know? And that's so cool. But yeah, I mean, I guess I would say they're not as bad as what you hear, but they're also just as bad as what you hear.
I like the beauty of that, like, epitomizes we don't actually understand something until we actually hear the story again, like what we're doing, right? Like I think there's a lot of aspersions cast until we actually get like the reality of what it is, and it's like, okay, that's life. That is our life.
Yeah.
It's that there is heroic absolute crazy good virtue, and then there's just an absolute mess all happening at the same time. So anyways. Yeah.
So we, and then it turns out a bunch of people on the same floor I was living on, a bunch of guys on the same floor I was living on, were also pledging. So we had a little group all together on the same floor. So that was really cool.
Okay.
So there's multiple dormitories. Each dormitory has different floors. And the fact that I think 4 of us out of 6 were all living on the same floor was, a really neat thing. And one of the guys was someone I went to St. Anthony's with.
Okay.
And it was like he totally remembered me, and I was like, yeah, I remember you.
What's his name?
Mike Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know him?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But that's why I want to call it out. It's like, that's awesome that like that time had elapsed and he still remembers you.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an awesome guy.
Yeah.
He helped me when we moved back to Fresno, get connected with a few guys.
Nice.
And so he's a good friend.
Yeah.
So shout out to Mike.
Yeah.
He's Catholic. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I think I mentioned in high school, we'd go party. I was like angry and, wanting destruction. So that did not work out like anymore.
Destruction typically has an end.
Yeah. So I kind of realized like, this is not going to happen. So, I kind of got myself into trouble, and I almost got kicked out before I even started.
Interesting.
And
How so?
well, I was like, I committed to pledging.
Okay.
And then that night, so they pinned me.
Okay.
And so this is like a week and a half after school started or something. And then I was getting drunk and just being an ass, and then I think I was telling someone like, I hate when people ask me what time it is. I don't even wear a watch. And then like, and then right then, like this like German exchange student walked up and asked me what time it was, like unironic, like he didn't know what I was saying.
you were on this tirade, and he just decides to show up.
and I got in his face, and I'm like, "You're a Nazi," and all this stuff.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like it was not okay.
Yeah, this was not your group of friends at the high school.
Yeah.
That you could like be that direct with. This
Yeah.
was someone that was totally okay.
And this guy wasn't even. He was just checking it out.
Yeah.
He wasn't part of their group.
Yeah.
And so they were going to kick me out for being like some weird racist, and really going to tiny private school. I was really sheltered too.
Yeah.
So, I think Johnny Peck is your wife's
Yes.
cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was one of the few people who stood up for me in the meeting.
Have we talked about this?
I might have mentioned it.
I don't think I've ever heard this. That's awesome. man.
Because we lived down the street from him.
Okay.
And Casey used to babysit
Yes.
us once in a while.
So Jamie's family. This is crazy.
Yeah.
So that house where Kelly and Hop live is literally 1, 2. It's either 2 or 3 houses is where Jamie grew up, down from where they live. So Johnny Peck came to your he's basically standing up saying, dude, like this was a moment of lapse in judgment. Essentially.
Yeah. And he hadn't seen me for years.
Okay.
And he hadn't, we weren't even friends back then. Like, we knew of each other.
Yeah.
He's like 4 years older than me.
Yeah.
So in elementary school, we basically didn't
Yeah.
interact with each other.
Sure.
So for him to, stand up for me just because he knew my family,
Wow.
was amazing.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really.
He's such a great dude.
He is.
We were just talking at the Christmas party.
Yeah.
He legitimately is one of those dudes where he's just good, man. Like, and I can sincerely say that, not saying that I would call him necessarily a friend. We're tied by blood in terms of marriage, but like he legitimately, every time I see him, it's just like, dude, Johnny, how the heck are you? You know, and he sincerely cares.
Yeah.
One of the few, I would say, like, he really does take the time to really be like lean in and be like, hey, we don't see each other maybe once or twice a year, but I actually want to know how you're doing. This isn't lip service. So anyways.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, I've lost touch with him, you know, over the years.
Let's reconnect you guys. I'll reconnect you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, I've seen him around and said hi, but but for sure. Definitely. And
I'm gonna share a story with you off mic.
Okay.
Because I want to protect his privacy, but Jamie ran into him recently, and it was really cool. So remind me before we sign off.
Okay. So yeah, he stood up for me. I had to give a speech, and I said, yeah, I'm sorry. I think I've been sheltered, and I just kind of let that get out of control.
Yeah.
But anyways, they let me stay on probation, and I, never had any more
infractions.
Problems. Yeah. I mean, we were wacky and stuff, but I
still doing the fraternity life, but yeah.
I think I put in here, I traded angry for wild.
Okay.
Yeah. And,
how so? That's an interesting comment.
Like I just wanted to get crazy drunk and just see what happened.
Yeah.
Like we'd wake up, we'd go out to the house, we'd party, and then I would black out. I'd binge drink, and then we'd wake up in the dorm rooms, and so we'd go to breakfast at the cafeteria.
Okay.
I'd be like, dude, how did we even get home last night? Like, Kory, you drove. Oh, and that happened like a bunch, like a lot, So, and and we just laugh about it.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
You idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but really looking back, I think I was like having problems with alcohol, but I didn't know it. Like everybody drank, everybody forgot stuff.
Yeah.
But that, they're not there to tell you to slow down,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's one thing. And there's all kinds of wackiness that I'm not going to get into.
For sure.
But like getting completely hammered, like multiple days a week is an accomplishment, not something to look down on.
Yeah.
And I think
it was. Would you frame it as it was encouraged?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And guys would brag like, "Oh, I've gotten drunk 10 nights in a row, man."
Yeah.
And some of these guys like did that and then they left and they're fine now. Like. But for me, like I think
it stuck with you.
It stuck with me.
Yeah.
Not as bad. Okay. Like I never became like a traditional alcoholic, I want to say, but I definitely had a problem.
Yeah. How are you doing academically?
So the year I think the semester I pledged, I was honor roll. So.
Wow.
Yeah, I had calculus.
Okay.
During Hell Week, this is as much as I'm going to tell you about this.
Yeah.
So,
and thank you for like framing it that way, because it's like to your point, we don't want to glorify things that aren't,
Yeah. The part of that whole thing. So when you pledge, you go through the whole semester, and you have to. The brothers will, tell you to show up with a bottle of ketchup, and they won't tell you why, and then they squirt it on you or something stupid, or there's all kinds of like crazy things that happen. And again, I'm not going to get into that. It is fun, I'll say.
Yeah.
But it can take a turn if the right people aren't watching. and not always the right people are there.
Yeah.
Anyways, so at the end of the semester, it's like your final test to get in, and you have to go to the house for a week, and you have to do like they've been building it up all year as this is going to be the worst week of your life. Anyways, I'm not going to say a whole lot about it, just because you have to go through it.
Yeah.
They don't do it anymore, I guess, but sleep deprivation was part of it.
Okay.
And I remember going to my calculus test and unable to actually stay awake. Yeah. And I think when I got the test back, I'd drawn pictures of like hands for some of the answers.
That was your way of coming to some sort of formulaic conclusion.
No, it was literally me falling asleep like at the wheel, essentially of the test. But yeah, so even with all that, I somehow passed the class.
Yeah,
and my grades were fine.
Okay.
That semester, we'll say.
Okay.
They started going down from there more and more.
Yeah.
My second year of college, I lived in the fraternity, and that was like parties to the max, and it was the same amount of parties that they were always having. Mm-hmm. It's just now I was there all the time.
Yeah, you're literally surrounded by it.
Yeah, and
there's no like stepping away from it.
Yeah, and if anyone's doing math, I was still underage, but getting alcohol wasn't a problem.
Yeah,
someone would buy it for us. I had a place I could go to that thought I was older, and so there's ways to get it easily.
Yeah.
And I started working at Best Buy.
Okay. Yeah. River Park?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the only one at that point in time.
Yeah.
And, that was a fun time. But again, this whole time I'm an atheist, and I'm not holding God in my heart at all. Mm-hmm. I'm hardening my heart to the Lord, actually.
Okay.
And
how so? Let's dig into that. Like, how are you hardening? What are the decisions you're making that it's like I'm going to continue to, or was it just I'm going to basically hedonistic? I'm going hedonistic to the max.
I guess hedonistic to the max, but let's just say I was not getting any girlfriends at all. You know,
Girls. It's all about Kory, and that's it.
Well, girls weren't really interested. I was getting pretty lonely at that point in time.
Okay.
And I was like, a lot of my friends had girlfriends, or had seen girlfriend, or they'd had them at one point and broken up, or people had relationships.
But you were just like,
and I was like
wholesale.
Yeah, just not like it was not working out. You know. Maybe I'd talk to someone and, let's go on a date, but that was like no second dates, we'll say.
Yeah.
It was not working out that way.
Okay.
And I was starting to get lonely and thinking, what's wrong with me? And this is stupid.
Was this starting, or was this really coming to a head?
Both. Well, no, not both. It was coming to a head.
Okay.
Because in high school I was feeling a little bit of the same way, but not many people were in relationships back then.
Right.
And so, and being a people pleaser, I thought like holding open the door was like going to get me girlfriends.
Gotcha. Okay. So you're like
hey, I held the door.
Really, I got you.
Like later on in life, I looked up the definition of neckbeard, and I was like,
That's awesome.
I'm
definition of neckbeard.
I'm kind of glad this term didn't exist back then.
Or like the fact that like smartphones weren't really in full effect until after.
And I was not helping myself by getting blackout drunk
for sure
all the time.
For sure.
Like I would say, like I said, I was like not as angry, but I still was an asshole sometimes, and I still
and to your point, like you said it, like no one's attracted to wild.
Yeah.
Or I should say very few are attracted to wild.
Well, the people that are probably not who the people you want to be.
Correct.
With, or people that might need some help.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it wasn't working out. My grades are slipping more and more. I was realizing that I was more of an introvert at this point in time. I would lock my door. I would just get fed up with all the parties. I would lock my door and try not to be seen for like a couple days. Like I'd hit like a max, and I was like, I couldn't take it.
So let's back up. You'd go like blackout drunk, blackout drunk, blackout drunk, and then all of a sudden it was like, okay, full stop, lock the door. I'm gonna chill out.
I'm gonna play video games for 3 days straight and do my homework, and that's it. Not talk to anybody.
Yeah.
And
this is insane. In terms of the fact that, like, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't have started with that.
No, but like
the
it's
fact,
validating.
like from the fact that like it's like so Jamie's very introverted, right? So like I'm the extrovert, right? Like you probably recognize that. I'm the guy that's like feeds off like this, right? Like conversation and being social. To a certain degree, and then I need like a little bit of like, okay, I need to recuse myself from stuff intentionally to just recharge. In your case, the blackout drunk is to try and feed and please, if I can assert this, it's to feed and please those around you, and then it's a realization of that's all for them. This isn't actually filling me up. Right? Like the only thing that's filling me up is playing video games and actually like being alone.
That wasn't filling me up either. I'll say that.
Okay. So neither one was filling you up.
Yeah. Like, and I was undeclared also.
Okay.
So I was just floating. Like
Gotcha.
I was, where's the one taking me?
So even more lonely.
Yeah.
Because there's no like actual purpose at this point.
Yeah. I had realized I don't want to be a mechanical engineer. I like fell asleep in all the classes.
Yeah.
And I tried a few other things, and it just wasn't.
Which Fresno State has a pretty rigorous mechanical engineering program, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just was not enjoying the classes.
Yeah.
I mean, the partying wasn't helping. One of my friends, like, he said burning the candle from both ends, I think one time. Yeah. So, like, stuff like I was exhausted.
Yeah.
I'd go to class. I'd be bored. I'd fall asleep. I'd stop doing my homework. So I didn't know what I wanted to do, and like after this, the partying and getting going crazy. I'm not a complete introvert, but I'm definitely more on the if there's a middle, I'm more on the introvert side than the extrovert side
For sure.
So I enjoy fellowship.
Yeah.
But
so you wouldn't say you're a traditional introvert.
Yeah.
But you do fall in the introvert camp. Like loosely.
I love working from home.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Yeah. Yep.
And so just wildness everywhere.
Yeah.
And my third year of college, I moved into a house with some of my friends.
Okay.
And we just made it the ultimate party house.
Interesting.
We had a kegerator in the garage.
Yep.
We had a pool table. We had a card table. We had a big TV.
Yeah.
We had video games.
Yep.
So we were renting this place, and we were just like loving life, you know.
So would you classify it as like qualitatively similar as like the fraternity house, or was it more? I hate using this term. Was it more like intimate partying?
I was just thinking that intimate.
Okay.
So we still had big parties sometimes,
Yeah.
but the neighbors would call the cops on us, so
Right.
we couldn't do it all the time.
And this is why I had to qualify it. Yeah.
So and the house was still there. We were still brothers.
Yeah.
So we would go to the house and party.
Sure.
But like our house was a lot more chill, even though we would have insane wild times. And I could tell you some crazy stories from that time.
Well, no. So I want to frame this in terms of you've been atheist this whole time.
Yeah. Strong atheist.
Yeah. Where's your heart at right now?
I am feeling just lost.
Yeah.
Like I'll be honest with you. I'm like, I was also getting a little burnt out about the fraternity.
Yeah.
I still liked it, but I think I was starting to come to that final chapter in A Clockwork Orange and thinking, what is getting drunk doing?
Yeah.
I'm not on track to graduate in 4 years at this point, and it's my third year of college.
Yeah.
I'm still undeclared. Like, what am I doing?
In the third year of college.
In the third year of college, I'm undeclared. And I think my sister talked to me.
Interesting.
And she was like, she was a math major, and she was going to San Francisco.
Okay.
And she was like, you always liked math. Why don't you just do that?
Nice.
And I'm like, all right.
Were you guys tight this whole time?
We had a close relationship before I left for college.
Okay.
And then, we definitely kind of drifted apart more and more at that point.
Yeah.
But
the bond was deep enough.
Yeah.
In terms of like her being able to like call you out maybe in some super random or seemingly random conversation.
Well, there's a little more to it than that.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah.
Is there more that needs to happen before that conversation or?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because to exactly what you've pointed out, unless there's redemption and salvific glorification in what you've just described, it's like, let's just move to that conversation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Because you clearly have called out, you're lonely and you're realizing I'm filling this hole with all the wrong things.
Yeah.
Right? How are we looking?
Let me take a quick break here.
Okay. Cool.
Hello, friends. I want to tell you a little bit about our First Fruits movement. What we do first in everything matters. It sets the trajectory of whatever action we take. In Leviticus, God tells Moses to share with the Israelites that they must bring forth the first fruits of their livestock, of their produce, and of their drink. The fulfillment of this is found in Jesus himself. He is the firstborn of the Father. He is the first man to conquer death. He is the first to ascend into heaven. Before Jesus' ministry, he would run to Mary for guidance and counsel. So why would I not do the same? What can you do to participate? Commit to praying the rosary daily, invite other men and women to join you, and share the movement with your friends on social media and other communication platforms. What can you do to support us here at Circa Ignem and First Fruits? First, pray for us and our mission daily, and second, buy our hats and future merch at circaignem.com. That's CIRCAIGNEM.com. Thank you.
Okay. Another log on the fire. Kory, take it away.
So, yeah, my sister, knew me better than I knew myself. And, I literally didn't know what I was going to do, and I was starting to get afraid. I was going to get to 4 years and be undecided, which is no good.
Yeah.
And she was doing math because I think she had to declare for her course. But and she goes, I remember you really liking math. And so I was like, yeah, I did. And then I looked at my grades and realized, hey, those are the classes I'm passing. Because I kept taking calculus classes this whole time. Yeah. And so I kept going through all the different 1, 2, 3. And so I signed up for a couple other math classes that were just for math majors to try it out. And I was hooked. I'm like, okay, she identified a purpose, and now I had something to look forward to.
Nice.
And so this is good. This is positive, right? unfortunately, I'm still, burning that candle and
Both ends.
Yeah, both ends, and just having these, like, it's really me getting drunk, and forgetting everything, blacking out, and waking up, and rinse, repeat, doing it again.
Yeah.
I'm not really making connections other than with the dudes, because we're
Fellow people that are getting drunk with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I'm remember feeling like very lonely, and when summer was coming, after my third year, and this was the worst year of my grades. Like, they'd been slipping down from that first semester, and now they were hitting rock bottom.
Gotcha.
And my dad said, like, hey, if you have another semester like this, we're not paying for it.
We're cutting off.
Yeah. And so I didn't want to go back home. I'd gone home every summer and, worked construction or whatever, or at the winery, which was not great for me.
Okay. Which winery?
Edna Valley.
Okay.
Yeah. And so it was good at the time, but probably wasn't great, because, every now and then it'd be like, these bottles are messed up if anybody wants them, And so
I'll take them.
Yeah. And so but my dad sees it as like being in the family business, so he's proud of me.
Right.
And my mom too. And so so I'm like, okay, I know I want to be a math major. And I also am like, I need to grow up, and to me that meant not going home for the summer. And so
Interesting.
Yeah. And so I got a job like delivering ice cream at like CVS's and stuff.
Interesting.
And it was through a family friend.
Okay.
The Cervellis. And so I kind of very quickly was faced with this harsh reality. Like, I'm doing this, like, the people there were nice and I enjoyed them, but I was lonely. I didn't know anyone. I had to get up at like 4 a.m., get to the distribution center, and then drive to like Orange Cove and put ice cream in the thing, and then drive to the next spot.
That Orange Cove Drive is brutal.
Okay.
Yeah.
God is watching over me during this whole time. I dozed off, like, at the wheel,
Number of times.
Yeah, multiple times.
Yeah.
And
Because it's literally straight shots.
Yeah.
Once you get off 99, it's not a bunch of turns. And, yeah.
But we'd go around Fresno too. So the guy had the ice cream truck, and I was following him, and he was like, he wasn't going as fast as he should be. So my job, like, he'd get there, get the ice cream ready, and then I would show it behind him, and then just take it in, stock it, and he would already go to the next place. It was like a leapfrog kind of thing.
Okay.
And I'm realizing, like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Like, most of my friends aren't here. All the guys, like, they all went home for the summer.
Yeah.
All my friends at the fraternity, nobody's there. It's cleared out for the summer.
This was 05 or 04?
04.
04. Okay.
And it's just depressing. Yeah. Like, I'm waking up. I can't go out at night because I have to be at work super early the next day.
Yeah.
And I'm seriously depressed.
Yeah.
I am at a very low point.
Classically the definition of depressed.
Yeah, I'm not happy. And I'm like, I don't know how I can finish summer. And the weekends were like blowing off steam.
Yeah.
And so one weekend my friend came over who, like, he lived out of town, and he came back for he knew we were here and we were going to party with him. It was his birthday. And so we just got crazy drunk and went wild. And he was going to go home, and my one friend was like, "Hey, we've been drunk like for 10 hours. Let's make it 24." And this was like such a good idea,
Mind blower. Yeah, I was like, why didn't we think of this sooner?
Yeah. And so I saw this guy this last weekend, so I was asking him questions because this is gone in my memory.
Yeah.
He was like, "Yeah, you guys were real excited because there was horse and buggy rides at Fig Garden." And you were going to go there
and get horse and buggy
yeah,
rides.
and, like wasted. And
What time of year was this?
This is like June.
That's awesome.
And first of all, I have no clue how we got there.
Yeah,
Maybe one of us drove. I don't know. And
again, the disconnect. To your
yeah.
point, just this disconnect of reality.
just
you know?
I just want to forget things right now.
Yeah.
And like we were drinking 40s and
Yeah.
just going wild.
Yeah.
We kept this thing going. I remember we went to the movies, and I remember even drunk the movie was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
You're
just
critiquing it and you're drunk.
yeah. It was a buzzkill movie. And then there happened to be a party at like my other friend's my big bro's house. His parents were out of town, so he was having us all over. And I don't even like I had to be told all this later. Like I don't remember
Any of it.
I remember the movie, but I don't just because
Post movie is blurred.
is gone.
Yeah.
And I wake up the next day, and I've never been so thirsty in my life. And I get out of bed, and it's just the most pain I've ever felt. Like I screamed.
Really?
My leg was broken.
Oh.
Yeah. And like I didn't like I knew there was a problem and I didn't know it was broken right then,
Yeah.
And I had to have water or I was going to die. So like that's how I felt.
Well,
I was probably
I mean,
not going to actually die.
No, but like a broken leg's no joke.
Yeah. So I hopped to the kitchen on one leg and got a glass of water, hopped back to the room, and the water went everywhere.
Yeah, because you're hopping.
And then I was like, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have drank it there. And so
So you're hopping back out to get more water.
no, I couldn't anymore because like every time I
Too
hopped,
much.
it hurt.
Too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like even though it was
So,
this,
so you
this
got
leg.
a sip of water when you could have had a
Yeah.
glass of water.
And so eventually my roommate woke up and his girlfriend was there and she was like, "Oh my gosh, Kory, are you okay? Like you didn't look good last night, And I told him to take you to the hospital, but he wouldn't. And my friend got up. He goes, "You're being such a wimp," and all this stuff,
Dang.
And we go to the hospital after like arguing for a long time. The leg is broken, and that guy felt so bad.
Yeah.
And he's still
The one that's telling you that you're a wimp. And
yeah.
Okay.
He still apologizes to me.
Yeah. Wow.
He's a great friend.
Yeah.
But he's one of those guys that party hard, but got it under control when he needs to.
Okay.
And I just like people say, "Oh, just have one beer," and I'm like, "Well, when I have one, I want to have more." Yeah,
it's game over.
I want to have 10.
But he's the one that like
He could do that.
Yeah.
And then say, "I'm stopping now."
Yep. Yeah.
So now I call work and I'm like, I can't work anymore. I can't drive.
Yeah.
I'm done. And in some ways I was relieved because I didn't know what I was going to do. I was going crazy.
Especially with the depression. To your point, it was like this was at some level, this was a release. Right.
And then, so now I have to go home with my parents, which I'm regretting.
Yeah.
And my dad and my sister had to clean out that house for me, and I wasn't there. And I'm sorry for them because I was a slob, so they probably had to deal with all my trash and stuff. I had my living arrangements already organized for the next year. But I was like, okay, here's the positive. Here's the good thing. I'm going to go home. I'm going to have all the video game time I've ever wanted. I can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And then I quickly realized that was not it. That was not enough. Like,
Okay.
I'm depressed. I'm lonely.
Yeah.
This was fun for one day.
Meaning the video games were there, but it was not
Like after
doing what you thought it was going to do.
it did it for a few days,
Yeah.
and then I was just getting tired.
Yeah.
I was falling into the same like routines and not excited, not happy anymore. And my parents wanted me to not go back to school, and I was like, no, I have to.
Yeah.
I can't stay here with you guys. I was fighting with them again.
Yeah.
You know, I couldn't walk. Well, I had crutches, but
Yeah.
you know, and I had to get surgery.
You're literally crippled.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, I got to go back.
Yeah.
You know.
And so I'm back to school, or I was living in an apartment with some friends, and some other friends were living in the same complex, and it was like the day before school was going to start, so they're having a barbecue, and they were trying to get me to come over, and I was seriously just like done.
You're like,
Like,
no, I'm good.
I don't. What's the point?
Yeah.
What am I going to do? And I think I went there for a bit, and I was like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Like I like the party would just kind of, we'd all be here, and then people would just kind of mingle this way, and I was still not comfortable, and so I just felt like such a third, you know, like. You know, I couldn't take it. I left and went back and laid on the bed and was like, I'm done. You know? I don't know how I'm going to move forward.
Yeah.
And a little bit later, my friend Lawrence calls me. He's like, "Hey, you got to come back and meet this girl." And I'm like, "Dude, I have the worst luck with girls. This is not going to work out."
Yeah.
You know. He's like, "No, you got to come back and meet this girl." And
That's cool.
and I'm like, okay.
It's like she's gonna dig you even in crutches.
Yeah. Well, see, that was my secret, actually, get them to feel bad, you know.
the pity was all too real.
And so I hobble up the stairs, which was not easy at all, and actually pretty sketchy. Yeah. And I would go inside and I look around, and there is like the shortest girl I've ever seen, and I'm like, these a-holes, they're just
messing with you.
Yeah, put the tall guy with the short.
Which says a lot. You're like, they've done this before.
Well, hold on. Well, then I look at the couch and I see Sherry.
Okay.
But I didn't know her name at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, she's cute, and she's not like, 5 foot nothing. So let's sit down here.
Yeah.
And
Kory's being assertive.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I was so low.
Yeah.
I just didn't care anymore.
Yeah.
I had lost.
It's like, screw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
what is there? What else is there?
And I literally thought that. I'm like, who cares if I mess this up? Because I've messed up so much.
Yeah.
You know, I'm on crutches. My grades suck. I think I know what major I want, but we'll see. You know, I'm going to take actual hard classes now.
Yeah.
You know, and so we ended up talking. You know, that whole time, she stayed on the couch with me, which was great because. Again, moving around was not.
You didn't have to get up and walk around.
Yeah, and so she was just really, she was beautiful.
Yeah,
and she still is. You know? And she was just really nice and friendly. And I got her number, and I was like, "This is incredible! Like, I need to break my leg all the time, you know." and so we started dating. Our second date. I'm sorry, I can't remember if this is our actual. I don't remember if this was like our actual second date, or if I count the first one.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah.
But she comes over to pick me up at my apartment. I can't drive, so she drove on our first date.
Nice.
Let's say that.
Yeah. Because of the leg, right?
Yeah, it was my right leg.
Yeah.
So I can't drive.
You can't. Yeah.
And so she comes over, and my roommates have a cross up. And so she comes in. She's like, all right, so are you Christian or Catholic? And I'm like, well, I got a surprise for you. I'm like, yeah, I'm atheist. And
I'm just going to drop this bomb real fast.
yeah. And you know what? She wasn't thrilled, but she didn't let that stop me or stop her.
Yeah.
She didn't let that stop her, and she still, wanted to see what was going on.
Yeah.
And
what's her background, Kory?
She was raised Catholic.
Okay.
She went to Memorial High School.
Okay. Yeah.
And she's always been very faithful.
Awesome.
And she's her parents are Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
So her dad took them to church, every Sunday. Well, her mom too, but and he would volunteer at the Adoration Chapel all the time. He prays the Rosary like every day. He would fit in with this if he was our age, or maybe even at his
He'll
age
fit
now.
in right now, man.
Exactly.
There not an age bracket that this only fits with. But anyways,
sorry, young guys only.
It's an exclusive club.
Yeah.
Guess I gotta go.
And so yeah, I mean, and so she was. I think she had told me, like, her friends had told her, "Oh, there's some guy you got to meet," and she's like, "I'm done right now. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna do this." And so that really short girl was actually her friend that she had brought because she's
Okay.
like, I'll show up, but I'm just gonna bring my friend and we're just gonna hang out.
Just gonna hang. Yeah.
And so we ended up hitting it off and really. Really connecting.
Yeah.
And, when it's definitely getting late, so I'm going to kind of try to hit the most important parts
breeze through. Yeah.
So her faith was always strong.
Okay.
And she never gave up on me.
Wavered. Yeah.
No, she anything I said about there is no God or anything like that, like, she didn't tell me to shut up, but she was like, I don't believe it. I don't care.
Yeah.
And it's not, I wasn't really trying to convince her.
Yeah.
But she was trying to convince me.
I gotcha.
And she was like, you need to believe in God.
Yeah.
And I had that hard heart. I didn't want to, I'm not the guy that plays basketball,
Yeah.
That's not me. And I'm not the guy that believes in God.
Yeah.
So
it's funny how those traits, play out.
yeah. And so, eventually after a year of dating, I proposed to her.
Okay.
And, she said yes right away.
Awesome.
And I proposed in front of her family, actually, which was really exciting.
And again, we don't have to super delve into it, but like, how did you know, right? Like, was there a moment that you knew it was like, okay, it's either green light, red light, like I need to propose to her or we need to.
Yeah, we kind of after, I don't know, 6 or 7 months, we started saying more, like we'd already been saying, I love you,
Okay.
at this, like when I started driving again, so November, I guess, we started saying, I love you. And I remember just thinking like, wow, she is just so awesome and fun and amazing. Like, I can't really see myself being with anyone else,
Yeah.
and we'd started touching on marriage. And, I think at some point we both knew we were going to, and, when was it going to happen? Yeah. I thought I had to save like $1 billion to buy a wedding ring, but she had, some family rings that were from her grandma.
Beautiful.
And so,
part of this, like, I don't want to assume, Kory, but like going back to like, again, there was some issues that you had in terms of what your mom impressed on you, but like a lot of that, the beauty of your heart, and I'm calling this out, was recognizing in Sherry.
Oh yeah.
That the sweetness that God created in you totally connected with her.
Yeah.
Right. Even though you were going, I reject you, God. Right. I reject your existence. I don't believe in that. What your mom saw in you was ultimately what drew you to Sherry. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay.
There's some more going on with my mom that I didn't get into.
Okay.
Let's just say.
So
Yeah.
Forget what I just said.
But I think Sherry was looking for a gentleman.
Yeah.
And
And all those traits were still there.
well,
Or most.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was still drinking too much and making rude jokes all the time, and she'll remind me, like, about some of the worst jokes I've made sometimes.
Yeah.
But I knew how to put on a smile and be nice, you know, and I meant it when I did that stuff. It wasn't fake,
Sure.
And so at some point I knew I wanted to be with her, and I knew if I didn't act, if I was passive, she was going to move on.
Nice.
Okay. I think my original plan was to propose to her at Christmas, but I could tell she was like ready for it, and like I bumped it up to Thanksgiving Day.
Nice.
So, yeah.
I mean, audible.
Yeah. Yeah. And she said yes. We were engaged for a year.
Okay.
And she was like talking to me about, where do you want to get married? And I was like, oh, maybe at one of the vineyards, and she's like, we're getting married in a church. I mean, what church do you want to get married at?
Nice.
She's, that's how she was raised,
Awesome.
So
praise God.
Absolutely. Praise God. Amen.
Yeah.
And what's funny is I didn't really understand a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
And looking back, I want to say my whole life, I wanted to be a nice guy. Mm-hmm. Like, I was angry and mad and stuff, but I still wanted to be a nice, fair guy when I wasn't partying.
Yeah.
But if you don't have Jesus, your compass isn't always going to be pointing true north.
Right.
So you think you're walking in the right direction, but you're making some mistakes.
Yeah.
Like it's really easy to get off the path,
Well, and a good woman.
Yeah.
What you just pointed out, like a good woman that's going to call out like no. You want to marry me?
Yeah.
This is what it takes.
Yeah, and
right? and it takes that chutzpah from her to be like, no. Like it's not just going to be in a vineyard. We're going to do it in a church.
Yeah.
Because I'm Catholic, and even if you're atheist, if you want me, if you want this to be what you want it to be, then you are going to buy into this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the semester I met Sherry, by the way, I got a 4.0. So she was good for grades too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Held you accountable. Yeah.
Yeah. I was also
whether intentional or unintentional. Yeah.
I still had the broken leg, so I couldn't go too crazy.
the accessibility was diminished.
Yeah. But
okay.
So
So what year was this? You guys engagement to marriage?
So we got married in 2006.
Nice.
So proposed at the end of 2005.
Beautiful.
So we dated for about a year. We were engaged for about a year. Okay. And then we got married also in November in 2006.
Nice.
November 17th.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we had it in Fresno. So it took me 5 years to graduate. Let's go through that real quick.
Yeah.
Math was exactly what I needed.
So your sister pointed you in the right compass.
Pointed me in the right direction. Yeah. And and I really enjoyed math, but because of the science and technical nature, it wasn't really doing any favors for God, like for my heart, I should say. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really could have been, but it's easy to just kind of fall into that belief system, I want to say, when you're already down that path.
Yep.
And so I graduated, and I had no plans. And what am I going to do? Yeah. Like, I have no plans. I'm going to get married in a couple months. Yeah. You know, this is in May, 2006. I graduate. What am I going to do? Yeah. So my mom convinces us to move to Santa Maria, the Central Coast. Yeah. And so we finish our engagement and marry, and you know, it's a great time. We had an awesome honeymoon, and then we move. You know, we settle into our married life, and I mean, married life is you have to choose to be married every day. You know,
Amen.
Yeah, and it's
work.
It is work, but it's 100% worth doing,
and the best kind of work.
Yeah. And you know, it's so funny thinking like how little we had back then, and how I remember our bank account being like I get paid, we pay off like the bill, we were like trying, most pressing. And then just having, and then buying groceries and like, okay, let's wait another 2 weeks. You know, it's how do we make this work? Yeah, and just living this life like that.
Such a beautiful time. Yeah.
And so we I was still, I want to say, kind of childish, because I was the other big thing that happened in 2006 was I've talked about video games a bit here. Yeah. World of Warcraft.
Oh.
Yeah, came out.
I forgot about this.
And like, I'm not kidding, World of Warcraft became my religion.
You were consumed by it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And kudos to Sherry for being patient with that. Like,
you just got sucked into it.
I just was, actually, maybe it came out the year before, but either way, like
it became a thing in 2006.
I was sucked in. And like, I had a group of guys, and we'd meet and like, you know, fight the monsters and everything. And like my day was planned around like playing this video game. And I was a newlywed, and this is where, like I'm saying, I wasn't doing something bad, but I wasn't pointing north either.
Right.
You know? I have this amazing wife. You know, I'm a newlywed. Hey, honey, what are we going to do this weekend? Oh, I've got a raid, actually. So,
and it's from this time to this time.
Yeah. Oh, well, it would be more like, oh, it's only going to take, you know, 2 hours. You know, 5 hours later.
5 hours later.
Well, we're almost done. You know, it's like,
gosh, the patience of our wives, dude.
Seriously, like, there's so much stupid stuff. Like, it's wild.
Could you imagine pulling that crap now?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just man, I'm so thankful for Jamie.
Yeah.
Because she would just look at me and be like, yeah, no.
It's not happening. But I made, like, again, I still don't have God in my life. Sherry's working on me.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to, like,
so she's consistently going to church?
She's going to church. Yeah. I'm staying home. Okay. She's going by herself. Okay. And I'm raiding.
While she's at church.
Doing whatever. Yeah. I'm fighting dragons, man. I'm saving the world.
You shall not pass.
Yeah. I'm wearing my wizard hat.
Quick question, Kory.
Yeah.
At this point, are you still heavily drinking, or did that subside after marriage?
So, okay, drinking, yes,
thank you, man,
is still there. Yeah. I'm not partying like I was. I mean, we'd still have the odd night where I'd go out and, you know, drink way too much. But, like, go out, okay, get off work, buy a 6-pack. This will last me all week. Well, no, it lasts me like 3 hours. Like,
yeah.
And so that's where I was with that. I wasn't drinking every day.
But when you did, it was a full commitment.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a hard time. Every time I drank, I had a really hard time stopping.
Yeah.
And as I'm getting old, like I never had hangovers. But as I'm getting older, they're starting to affect me more and more. Not so bad at this point, but maybe now I'm sleeping in a lot more.
Gotcha.
And my weight is not good, let's just say.
Yeah.
I end up working at the Air Force Base over there.
Okay.
And
Andrews?
No, Vandenberg.
Vandenberg, thank you. Andrews is up north. Yeah.
And again, surrounded by like science, I'm still saying, well, this makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
justifying.
Yeah, I'm justifying myself. And I'm not even looking into any of this.
Yeah.
And, Sherry's just had this really strong belief this whole time. She doesn't need explanations for this and that.
Yeah.
She is faithful,
her
faith,
faith,
to the core.
Her faith, it's a gift.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And God bless her because, she started getting me to go to church and stuff.
Awesome.
But I'm really there reluctantly. I'll be honest.
More out of support for her.
Like, I'll go with you to church, and that's our quality time, and then I'll go home and drink beer and play video games. Yeah, yeah. And by the way, playing like for those of you who don't understand, like this is a full-time job. Video game.
Yeah,
and I'm not kidding. And so our social life was
nothing,
pretty bad.
Yeah,
like we had friends and stuff, but like a lot of times I'd be like, let's not hang out this night. I want to do this, or let's only hang out one night this week. So it's burning bridges, and I'm like, I got a whole crew of guys that think I'm awesome.
Yeah, I've never met them.
Yeah,
but they're my crew.
Yeah, this guy is a cow person, and this guy's an orc. And so we start talking about having kids, having a family.
Cool.
And we've kind of held this off for a bit. I was like 22 when we got married, I think. No, that's wrong. 24.
Okay. And
so we start talking more and more about having kids, like 2010. And it's harder than we thought it was going to be. Let's just say.
Yeah.
And it's not happening. We're going to the doctor. We're trying to find out why. But, eventually we kind of understand, like we really just kind of had to understand better about what, how the cycle works and everything. Yep. So once we figure that out, she's pregnant with Brody, and she's coming along. Everything's fine. And she is like, hey, she kept telling me I can feel him kicking and stuff, and it was too light for me. So she's like, hey, put your hand on me now. And like, I feel him moving like on her baby bump. And I don't know. I am like really panicking because I'm like, this is God. Yeah. I'm not kidding. Sherry and infant Brody
just like
converted me.
You.
Yeah. And I was still trying to resist, but I was like hanging on by my fingernails, and I was having serious questions. And she's dragging me to church, kicking and screaming, but I'm sitting there, so I'm absorbing something.
Yeah.
And when Brody is born, like I know there's God. Mm-hmm. Like I he's born and I can see it in him. And the whole miracle of birth is like, that was it, you know. I knew for sure.
Gosh, damn. So you didn't need some like Thomistic theologian coming in and just completely destroying you, you know, philosophically.
I never had that.
Yeah. Like it was legitimately just feeling
living life. Yeah.
And going, there's no other explanation.
Yeah.
Wow.
And well, plus Sherry was like, hey, we're having a baby. He's going to be baptized.
Yeah.
And you need to be Catholic, you know?
Yeah.
And
there isn't going to be inconsistency in this household.
Exactly. Yeah. And I needed to take up the leadership role. And so we made it happen. Or she made it happen.
We got to get Sherry on this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's incredible.
Yeah.
And so I remember there's one time she was like really aggressively like, you have to believe in God. Like, and this was like right before the birth, you know.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I admit.
Yeah.
There
was this post like her having you feel the baby bump or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's probably 8 months pregnant or something at that point, and so like you could feel them in there like going crazy and stuff.
Yeah.
But
being Brody.
Yeah, exactly. But one wild thing I want to say, and I'm just going to call this out, is I had this, like Brody's born and I feel God's presence right there. And
is it when you're holding Brody?
Just as soon as I see him,
okay.
like, I guess. But yeah, I mean, everything about that whole memory.
Yeah.
I had this really weird thought, and I never even told this to Sherry.
Yeah.
But I remember looking and thinking, like, who would ever want to get rid of one of these?
Yeah.
You know, and I was atheist. I was pro-abortion, pro-choice.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is not okay.
Yeah.
These little babies should live.
Yeah.
And like Brody was always planned. Like it's not like we ever
for sure
ever thought about that.
Yeah.
But I just thought, like, how could anyone not want this? So,
praise God.
Amen. So church is starting to come together, and I'm still drinking, and I'm still drinking, and
video games.
I'm still playing video games, and
you're about, so sorry, this is post Brody.
Brody, like, really, like, it's like, you got to grow up. You know, you cannot be a dad and have 2 full-time jobs. One of them doesn't pay anything.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
And I was going back to school.
Okay. So three full-time jobs.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. And it was not working out.
Yeah.
You know, my friend Mike Lawrence. Okay.
I'm noticing a thread.
Yeah.
We should have Mike on here.
If you can find him.
What, is that a challenge?
Yeah.
I'll find him.
No, he's private. So
okay, gotcha.
He probably doesn't like me naming him.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
So
I respect it.
we were hanging out one time, and I was telling him how, man, every time I drink, I just have too much. I'm spending like half my paycheck on beer. I feel like hangovers were bad.
Yeah.
Like I didn't want to wake up and spend time. Brody was up crack of dawn, and I couldn't handle it. You know, I was hungover. And he's like, you know what I did? I took a break for a month, and I detoxed.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, I should do that. I should give this up for a month or something.
Yeah.
And so I did that. And then the month ended. And I was like, I don't need this anymore. I don't want this anymore. Like, and I really think finding my faith again, like, it filled that hole.
Yeah.
And I was just doing old habits this whole time.
Yeah.
And the video games didn't die so easy. I'll say that.
Yeah.
But I did stop.
The hooks go deep in one area. Yeah, always.
I did stop the World of Warcraft before Brody was born.
Nice.
But I was still,
Finding it elsewhere.
yeah, playing other stuff. Just
Yeah.
I didn't have to. I wasn't on a schedule with 40 other guys.
You were getting the fix elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But like eventually that did taper down, and now like maybe I'll do it a little bit here and there, but it's not a problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been sober. I don't like I didn't keep track of when I stopped because I didn't think I was quitting for good. I just thought I was taking a break.
Oh man, that's a grace.
Yeah,
That's such a grace.
That month still ain't up.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, and that like, there's almost. I should connect you and my dad because he's an alcoholic, and like he has it to the year, maybe even to the month at this point. But it's interesting because like in his case the draw is always there. In his case,
the hardest part was coming back and thinking people would hate me, or just I started thinking, like, who was I other than some drunk wild dude?
Yeah.
And now I've realized, well, I'm a sober wild dude.
Yeah.
And
like I would argue, the people that really matter are the ones that want to see you not in that stage.
Yeah.
Or in that state, better said.
And and I'm not the only one, like from that era.
Yeah.
That quit like that.
Yeah.
Either. So.
What a grace, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So So I don't drink. I haven't drank at all.
The month ain't ended. Yeah.
Yeah.
The month ain't ended.
It's still in. The one thing I have a problem with though is the blood of Christ. I have not. I've only done the body. And
that's all you need, man.
Well, listening to your podcast, I started thinking, like, am I missing?
No.
Yeah.
You're not.
Well, I read that in the catechism. I looked it up in my catechism and figured that out.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's not bad, like, because you just touch it to the lips,
Yeah.
They don't even really offer it that way.
They don't.
I mean, I can't remember the last time. My favorite way to receive is
tincture.
Intinction.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that?
No.
So that's basically, I mean, you pretty much have to be kneeling, but when the priest,
you have to be.
Yeah, the priest dips the body into the cup, and very carefully because you can drip.
Yeah.
And you receive it that
They
way.
use the cup as like a
ciborium
to then, put Jesus in your mouth. You can't receive on the hand that way, for obvious reasons.
Yeah. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's my favorite way.
I like the beauty of the church is realizing too that many saints, like there's been bishops from very early on in the church that were persecuted, imprisoned for many, many years, like literally their whole life or most of their life, that all they would get is this tiny little crumb of bread.
Yeah.
And they would consecrate that, knowing that it didn't fit what the church, like the parameters.
But they worked with what they got. And they're going, this is the body and blood. Yeah.
Because all I need is the bread. Mm-hmm. Right? Like beautiful testimony. But your testimony, like, as well, in terms of, like, it's amazing what God uses, man.
Yeah.
Like the fact that it wasn't this long discourse and this long route of, like, being proven, proof, which is how your brain works. Like, mathematically, it took all you, like, really experiencing was this feeling of Brody in the womb, and then your wife looking at you and going,
grow up, Kory.
Yeah. Like in our home, there needs to be consistency.
Yeah.
And because you've married me, you've already committed to that. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's definitely a big part of it.
Yeah.
And she like her dad is a great model. You
Yeah.
know, he is a Catholic leader of their family.
That's when you said like all those things, I was like, the percent of children that stay in the church with a dad that goes to just Sunday mass, not
Yeah.
even daily, right? But just consistently going Sunday after Sunday after Sunday, right? It goes up exorbitantly. I don't.
Yeah.
I've seen the stats, but it is staggering.
It's north
you know?
of 50, probably even north of 70%.
Yeah. But then add on the fact that he's consistently praying the rosary. And when someone consistently prays the rosary and people know about it, it means that he's doing it enough around others for them to notice, right? Because a lot of people do it very privately.
And
right?
that's,
You know?
I mean, I think there's goodness to privately praying, but
Totally.
for your family, you need to be a visible, you know,
To your
beacon.
point about assertive.
Yeah.
Like you need to be that one where it's like, I need to make choices to show this. I'm not going to show it to the world, but I'm going to show it here. You know.
Yeah, and I've heard people on here talk about when and how they pray the rosary. I guess my favorite is in my house.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, I feel like I'm telling Satan, hey, this is not a place for you when I pray the rosary in my house.
Yep.
You know. But it's also convenient to do it in the car if I'm driving somewhere.
But but to exactly what you've said, like even in the last few weeks, I've really made it, and this has been a personal sacrifice, is I've made an intentional effort to not do it while I'm driving, so that I can solely focus on the rosary.
Yeah.
And this, again, to your point, it's not an indictment of those that aren't doing that. It's going, if I'm going to live this faith, then I'm going to challenge myself to be better at this, right? We need to start somewhere, but we always should be trying to progress, right? How do I get better at this? Because we need to start where we're at, but God is always asking us to be drawn more to him, which means that we need to sacrifice a little bit more or suffer a little bit more with him or offer a little bit more with him.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
And when I'm praying in my house, I feel like I can meditate on everything better. Plus, I wouldn't say I'm a great driver. And yeah, so that might be no problems yet, but still, you know, yeah.
I totally resonate with that. All right, so that's Brody's birth. What's next after that?
So we are lonely in Santa Maria.
Okay.
I've ruined our social life with video games.
Yeah.
And all our good friends are here in Fresno.
Okay.
So we tried moving back for a long time, and I had issues finding a job.
Okay.
I had a pretty okay job over there, and the benefits were decent. So it made it hard to leave.
Yeah.
And that's where that one boss that like ripped me up was, by the way.
And now, were you like officing and all that out of Santa Maria, or was it remote out of Santa Maria as well?
No, so I had to commute to the base every day.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, because some of it was like secret work, and you have to go in and
Yep. Yeah.
Hey, that FBI guy, like in
Set
the
you
fraternity,
straight.
like
Yeah.
those hard drugs were going around sometimes, and I said no.
Yeah.
You know, I said yes to all the beer and vodka and everything I could, but you know,
Anything beyond it was like no. Yeah.
And then when I had to get interviewed for my clearance, like I had to write a paper on how I smoked weed, like, you know, 5 times in my whole life, and they forgave me. But if it would have been anything else, I might not have gotten it.
For
you
sure.
know?
But you could also be in a polygraph and know that I'm going to pass this polygraph because I'm confident in my answers.
Well, that was the whole thing. I was like, okay, if I lie about this, and it is such a stressful process.
For sure.
And if somebody says, yeah, they saw me partying or something, I'm done. I don't have a job.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather be honest with them up front.
Yeah.
You know? And so that FBI, the X-Files,
Dude,
gave me a job.
crazy.
Yeah. And so, I never found any aliens though. Yeah.
Shocker.
But anyway, yeah. So we wanted to move back. I went back to school, got a degree in computer science.
Okay.
And right around that time, it was like a good time to leave the base. Right then, there was a contract change, and it wasn't looking great for the people staying. Mm-hmm. So I told my boss, "Hey, I'm not gonna fight for this job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave."
Yeah.
And because I left, she didn't have to fire someone, so that was
Nice.
good for them.
Okay.
And
It was mutually beneficial.
yes,
Yeah.
and so I worked. We moved back. I took a big pay cut, and Lucas was born a year before we moved. Sorry to kind of jump around a bit here.
No, you're good.
And Brody was like sometimes we're like amazed that we had any more kids after Brody. Like he was the baby that cried all
Tough.
the time, and all colicky like crazy.
Yeah.
And like we didn't think we could survive another baby, but somehow
That was Ryan for us.
yeah,
I'll just say that. Yeah.
somehow we made it, and we
Look at us, 5 more babies after. Yeah.
Lucas was like the opposite. Like within a week, he wasn't sleeping through the night, but it wasn't like it was like long stretches, you know,
3 to 4 hour stretches instead of every hour.
Yeah, Brody was like
You're literally
every
doing
10
this?
minutes. Yeah,
Were you guys doing this?
yeah,
Yeah.
shaking. I remember shaking.
Yeah.
And I can handle no sleep way better than like Sherry.
That's me.
But it was like really like
Taxing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember like just not being awake a couple days at work, you know. Anyways, so we moved back. We actually made a ton of money on the house we bought because we bought it right at the end of the housing market crash.
Nice.
So it was really low. And then when we moved 2 years
Super
later,
high.
it was like high.
Yeah.
And so we could buy a new house here in Fresno. And it was a tiny house though. But for our family, like for 2 little kids, it was perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we, you know,
Again, God's work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I'm faithful, but I'm still like a little bit lost coming into all this again.
Okay.
And we start talking about me not being confirmed. Okay. And
We meaning Sherry.
well, I started thinking about it.
Okay.
And she's like, yeah, you what do you mean you never got confirmed? You know,
The shame.
not like that, but you know, yeah, and still, I'm like, I felt called, like I really felt like a tug at my heart, like I need to get confirmed.
Yeah.
And by the way, moving back to Fresno, we thought we'd immediately slip into our old social life and just, no. Everyone had it'd been 9 years.
Yep.
Everyone was still friendly, but they had their own things going on.
Yep.
If there was a party, like nobody thinks to invite us, you know. So it was, again, a little bit lonely, even though we were now right next to family and friends.
Yeah.
But things have definitely, like, we've shown up on people's radar now, we'll say.
Cool.
So,
Good.
but it was still a little hard. And the move was a little hard on Brody, too. He had some pretty bad nightmares after the move. But
Interesting.
he's okay now, though.
Yeah. How old was he at this point?
Lucas was 1, right? Like, he turned 1 right after we moved. So Brody would have been
Like
3 or 4.
I was going to say 3 or 4 from what I remember. Okay.
And so he had a couple bad nightmares, but that was a short phase. But yeah. So anyways, I kept putting off getting confirmed because, like, with these two like wild boys at home, it was like hard to say, all right, I'm going to go to class, you know.
For what, a year, 2 years, you know, to RCIA.
Okay, well,
you know?
I had all my sacraments but confirmation.
Okay.
So it was really not that much. I just didn't know.
Yeah. Well, and in fairness, like you're also trying to be honorable in terms of taking care of your family. Yeah. Right? It's like, this is my primary vocation right now. You know? Yeah,
and I messed that up big time too. Like, and I'm still a weak leader at this point, and I still am today, I guess. Yeah. But I'm, you know, wishy-washy and, you know, not always standing up for our family. Like if somebody's pushy or something, I'm not like, hey, back down. I'm not handling it like a man. I'm like, oh, let's just get out of here. You know, I'm turning tail and running away. Gotcha. That's not good. And so pandemic, you know, I'm a balloon. I'm not doing good physically. And I start working on that, and that's definitely like helping a lot now.
Catalyzed, yeah.
And then I find out they're doing confirmation class at Holy Spirit on Zoom. And I'm like, I'm doing this.
Nice.
It's like the one good Zoom, you know.
Yeah. Yep.
And so I got confirmed during the pandemic.
Nice.
And like I'm not kidding, it changed my life.
Yeah.
Father Pat at Holy Spirit.
He's awesome.
He baptized Sherry.
Nice.
He baptized Lucas.
Okay.
And he confirmed me.
Nice.
So Brody's got to get a sacrament from him.
Yeah. Something's got to rub off.
Yeah.
Better hurry up. He's retiring.
Yeah.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, next year, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So.
Well, they just got to move confirmation down to 8th grade.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, Brody's what grade now?
He's going into 7th this coming school year.
Yeah, I was going to say. So he's right there.
Yeah.
He could, that could happen. Yeah. Okay. I was just listening to a story of conversion during pandemic. Gosh dang, I can't recall.
Yeah, we just listened to one, Eli. No.
Well, no, sorry. I'm just relating. Like it was a cool story of like this. Like everyone, to your point, everyone's turning tail and running within the church. I'll just say that everyone's like, cool. I can have my coffee in the morning on my couch and watch Sunday Mass.
Watch Mass.
You know, and it's like, what the, you know,
let's not do that.
Yeah. How about not? You know, how about let's be bold.
Let's receive.
You know? Yeah. Let's actually show up. Yeah, maybe it's raining, maybe it's cold. Suck it up, you know. Yeah. And this, it was a gentleman, and he literally went from atheist during pandemic to Catholicism of all things.
It's a good time to convert.
Like, and he was. It was funny. The joke was that he was like, it was when the church was most emptiest, and he's introverted, and he was like, that's what I needed. Yeah. I needed like an empty church for me to be like really actually present. And I was like, wow, that's a beautiful way of like knowing yourself and then also coming into the church.
Well, I will say, growing up Catholic, so much of it was just like rote, like, you know,
memorize this.
Like like you see people joke like Catholic mats. It's like, you know, stand, sit, stand, you know, kneel, stand, kneel, and like that's what
follow the formula.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, but. And I specifically, at the troops meeting, the troops of St. George, I specifically remember you calling out all us dads, and you had the catechism, and you like, you dads need to read this book, and you need to defend your family. And I'm like, this is how I lead.
I don't remember this, Kory.
Oh, I do.
Awesome.
You changed my life,
that's
man.
Awesome, man.
Yeah. And so and you challenged us also to get the one that's, you know, good for the kids.
Baltimore.
The Baltimore one. Yeah. Thank you. And so I have both of them now. Yeah. And we don't read it every Sunday or even not always, you know, every 3 weeks, but like I make it a point to sit them down and we'll read a chapter and talk about it. And they ask me questions like, like I asked my dad, like, hey, I don't get it. Who made God? God created everything. Well, who created him?
Yeah.
And I'll say, hey, it says that right here in this book. And then in my big book, it says this, and I'll say, I know some of this is hard to understand, but the answers are there,
Yeah.
So I don't want to tell them, don't think about it.
I just learned a long time ago to not think about those. Yeah. That's not the answer.
But, I will say there's something to be said about unquestioning faith.
Agreed.
But it's not always, but that's not what everybody needs.
Well, and we should be striving for that tension.
Yeah.
Because there is a tension in faith.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I heard this today, that it's a beautiful thing to all of a sudden really be concerned in a moment of doubt.
Yeah.
Because it means that you're asking the right questions.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're comfortable in your faith, then it means you're not asking the questions.
Yeah, there should always be
questions.
Yeah.
Right? Because if we're not questioning it, then that's not faith.
But you should have a strong enough foundation where questions don't shake you.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The fundamentals fall back, right?
Yeah.
You fall back to the fundamentals and you go, okay, I can build back into reinforcing this doubt that may have crept in to know and be confident. Yeah.
Standing on the shoulders of giants.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay. What, anything else from pandemic to present? High points, memories?
Pandemic taught me I could work from home and enjoy it.
Nice.
And so I left my job and got the job I'm at now.
Nice.
And I'm not going to name names, but I really enjoy. My dad was constantly working for us as hard as he could, and I want to work hard, but I still want to be there, and I still want to. I don't want to have to, he sacrificed a ton of his time so we could have this really nice life and go to private schools. And I want to be, I want to provide, but I still want to be present,
Yeah. That's beautiful, man.
And I want to keep building and learning and reading.
Yeah. What's on the horizon for you moving forward?
For Lent, I'm giving up fiction.
Okay.
And I normally read every night.
Okay.
I was doing my phone every night.
Yeah.
YouTube.
Okay.
Watching or streaming, whatever.
Yeah. Doom scrolling.
Yeah. and there was a progression here, but eventually I thought, I look at my computer all day. I don't need to look at a phone all night. I'm a night owl.
Yeah.
I still am. I try not to be, but I still am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you guys are dropping off here. So
I'm good. We could go all night, dude.
I
can fall asleep. We're good.
So I've switched to physical book reading.
Nice.
And it's really been life-changing.
Yeah.
I want to say I fall asleep way better.
Way better.
And I have a book light, so it's not too bright
disturbing.
Or anything. Yeah. It's not perfect, but it's
better.
Good. Yeah. And I've completed a lot more books recently.
Nice.
So, excuse me. But for Lent, I've always felt like, I haven't always felt like. Recently, with my renewed faith, I felt like Lent shouldn't be a time where we give up soda and that's it. I should gain something from Lent.
Yeah.
And so I've been enjoying reading a lot, physical books. I've got my catechism that my thought is, I should read it every other night. Well, I get into the fiction I'm reading, and I don't want to stop. I got to find out what happens next.
Especially if it's good.
Yeah. And so I just finished a book, and I'm like, I'm not picking up another fiction book until after Lent.
Nice.
And I need to get rolling on
Yeah.
the catechism because it's not short. So I don't think I'm going to finish it by the time Lent's over, but I think giving myself that time to
The space.
the space to like get through some more of it.
Well, and to your point, like creating the rhythm. And then once you create the rhythm, hopefully through Easter, through whenever you need to finish it, you're already in the rhythm.
Exactly.
By the time that you let that quote unquote, parameter off, it's like, oh no, now this has become, it fills that hole of fiction.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. I realize like back when I felt like I had a lot of faith when I was a little kid, when I was young, when I was an altar boy. I felt like I pretty much knew all there was to know.
Yeah.
But I knew nothing.
Yeah.
I knew absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Now I'm realizing how much there is to learn.
Yeah.
And I love learning.
Nice.
And the more I learn, the more I grow closer to God.
Yeah.
And admitting that you don't know it all is important too. So, yeah.
No truer words. Yeah.
Have you checked out Catechism in a Year with Father Mike Schmitz?
I have seen that.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing it.
You just want to read it.
Well, I've been considering doing that.
Yeah.
So maybe I should.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it seems like a really good idea.
Yeah.
And there's definitely already been a few parts. I'm not that far into it yet, but there's definitely been a few parts where I'm like, okay, I just read this whole thing, and did I really get what it's trying to say?
Digest it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the Catechism in a Year is beneficial, probably, because he breaks that stuff down. I haven't listened to that one, but I've listened to some of Bible in a Year, and he does a great job.
And Father Mike's great.
Yeah, breaking them down.
Yeah.
So for sure. And then Lent is also for me. It's a time where I learn a new prayer. There's so many prayers I don't know. I know the main Our Father, Hail Mary, all that, but there's a lot I don't know by heart. And I think a couple Lents ago I was like, Lent, I should commit to praying some prayer I don't know every day and learning it, and by the end of the 40 days mastering it. So
I'm gonna send you the St. Ambrose
Prayer before Mass.
Yeah.
okay,
I was thinking that too.
I'll remember it.
I'm telling you, it has absolutely changed my life in the last year and a half. It's maybe a minute and a half. It's kind of a longer prayer, so I wouldn't say like, I was actually thinking about this last week of like, I really want to memorize this, and then I caught myself because I was like, I don't want to memorize this. I want to read this.
Yeah.
To exactly what you said, because like when I read it, I'm whispering it to myself, I'm hearing myself say it, and then I'm reading it. So my full senses are immersed in like, am I truly preparing myself for the God of the universe to make himself present, body, blood, soul, and divinity, in bread and wine, and that chooses to allow me to consume him?
Yeah. That sounds incredible.
Yeah. Like it just breaks down everything. Like boom, 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 boom. And then like you listen to the gospel, you listen to the readings, you pay attention to the people around you, you pay attention to the Eucharistic prayers. Like it literally just, for me spiritually, it just locks me in. Even when my kids are being crazy, like, yeah, I might get distracted still, but a lot less daydreamy when they're distracting me. Like I'm still really focused on, okay, I need to be present to them and the Eucharist, anyways.
Yeah. And I think I've heard you mention before, like, as a father, losing your temper is real easy. And I used to think I was a chill dude, you know.
We all do.
Yeah. But I've been pointed out to multiple times I'm not, but for real, praying the rosary every day, like it's spiritual meditation, and it connects me to God. And then if something is irking me, I'm like, well, hey, I just prayed my rosary.
Yeah. Let's rely on that grace from that.
Whew,
Yeah.
okay, I got this, Yeah. Still hard, but
yeah.
So, and then, that's I think that's enough for tonight, I'll say.
Any closing thoughts to finish it out, and then we can hard stop.
Fathers, your lead better. I thought I was an okay leader. Every time I've thought I was an okay leader, I've looked back and realized I'm not. If you're feeling awkward about yourself, if you're a younger person, you're probably way less awkward than you think you are. Nice. And if you can really identify something as being awkward, you can change it. I was embarrassed. I didn't really talk about this. I was embarrassed about my weight for so long. And first of all, I didn't need to be. Mm-hmm. And second of all, I changed it by working hard and being faithful. And I've turned a lot of negatives in my life into things I can use to be strong. So it's okay to fail. Yeah.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Lord, we thank you for Kory's life, to what has been shared so far. Thank you for the gift of his witness and how you reveal yourself even in the resentment. You reveal yourself in the ugly parts of our lives. We just ask that that you would speak into those that need to hear how Kory's life relates to their own, and that we would take what he shared into our own, just to see you as he desires us to be drawn to you, that we would truly just understand the parts in our lives that we don't face, that maybe we do have resentment towards others or towards situations or towards memories or whatever it may be, and that we would forgive those and forgive ourselves, and truly just ask you to come into those parts of our lives that maybe we want to try to hide from you, try to conceal from you, even though you already know they're there. We ask this through the intercession of Mary. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Saint Joseph, terror of demons,
Pray for us.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.